There we go. Let's talk about it, man. Where these foods go? Where did the Spaniards go? Okay, I got that up. And we're gonna let this dude talk.
Benefits for them. Suddenly freedmen would be coming from all across the country.
Yes.
Let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, though. It looks like the freedmen fought wars, died with you, moved on the Trail of Tears from Florida to Oklahoma with you. And now suddenly there's a big pot of money. Let's exclude them.
That may be true to some extent, but I don't think that's all of the reasons for what has happened.
He also says the red and black Seminoles have just grown apart over the years and have little in common today. But that's not how Sylvia Davis sees it. She's hired Will and John Veely, two young attorneys who specialize in Indian law. They're suing the government on behalf of the black Seminoles. The entire tribe received a... But you think if there were benefits for them, suddenly freedmen would be coming from all across the country? Let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, though. It looks like the freedmen fought wars, died with you, moved on the Trail of Tears from Florida to Oklahoma with you.
We'll play a couple of them, actually.
If you had any black blood in you whatsoever, you were a freedman.
So it didn't matter how much Indian blood you had.
Right.
Any black blood,
Right.
You went on a separate roll.
Right.
And on the black Seminole roll, it doesn't list that you have any Indian blood.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Did you feel equal to the blood Seminoles?
Sure, at one time, yes. Still do. Still do. But when money and the government entered into the picture, everything changed. Everything. If you had any black blood in you.
All right. So today we're going to be talking about a little subject I'm going to call Where Did the Spaniards Go in America? Where did the Spaniards go? Let's see. When you look up famous voyagers to the Americas, when you look up some of your main explorers that came here, many were Spaniards. Some were British, English. Some were French. Different things, different natures. Some white, some Moorish, some melanated, right? Different people that were coming here. Now we know for a fact the Spaniards have been coming here since the earliest of times. Let's say popular Spanish explorers to America. We'll get a quick list, likely. You got your Columbus, your Cortez, your Balboa, Pizarro, Leon, Soto, Coronado, Vespucci, Cabeza de Vaca. They're missing Juan de Gravajalia. They're missing Ponce de Leon. Actually, Ponce de Leon would be French. They're missing some other ones. But we know that the Spaniards had been coming here for a long time, right? So, but we also know that these people today claim to be Indian. Whoever these people are, right? Whoever some of these folks are. They claim to be native, I should say. Whoever some of these folks are, right? Some look Asiatic, some look Spaniard, some look YT, some look Mongolian, some look Siberian. some Filipino. Just kind of pick your flavor, right? But we know that the Spaniards have been coming here for a long time, right? What category does a Spaniard go under on a census form? Now, today, the category would be Mexican, or well, actually, we got what they say. They ask, are you Hispanic or non-Hispanic? And then YT. Now, let me just double check, make sure I didn't miss that on one of these real quick. I'm like, I don't think I seen that earlier. We're gonna get to this. We're definitely gonna get to this. Because the question of the day, native born, foreign, Negro, Chinese, Japanese, Indian, okay. Native born, total white. Right. Okay, I was just double, triple checking that I did not see what I was trying to see. Now they've broken them down by separate categories of race. Okay. So today, your Spaniards would be listed up under YT. What up, CR the Great? He said, yep, and dropping off children every trip. Right. And we're gonna, so think about it. By the time a census comes along in 1790, since the Spaniards had been here for over from at least 1512 to 1790. So 1512, 1612, 1712, 300, almost 400 years, we would say, right? That the Spaniards had been coming to the Americas. That's pretty fair to say, right? So my question would be, where did the Spaniards go? And you might wonder what I mean by that. Where did the Spaniards go? Where did the Spanish people go by the time a census came around? Are they listed on the census? Let's take a look. That's the question of the day. That's the question of the day as I look for my damn papers. That's all that rustling going on. And I don't know where the hell my papers went. I got some backup papers, but you know you hate to use your backup papers. They're your backup papers, right? Especially when you know you got some other papers. I don't know where the hell it is. I guess I'm using my backup papers. Okay, so where did the Spaniards go? Shouldn't they be listed on every single one of these census forms by race, right? Shouldn't they have a race category for a Spanish person? Surely some of these Spaniards had made their way into some of these colonies or the United States area, or they were still there. Because think about it. You don't really hear about what happened to the Spaniards during those Indian wars that I can think of. I'd have to actually go read about them directly, so I don't want to say it completely. But you don't really hear the stories, right? You don't really hear the stories. Where were the Spanish? Now that I'm thinking about it, where were the Spanish people during the Civil War? Who did they fight with? I don't know. Did they move them all to Mexico for a little while? And then they show back up? What happened to the Mexicans, the Spanish, in those years? You can't say they was non-existent. They've been here. They had the whole area was supposedly known as New Spain, right? Let's pull up New Spain territory map. That doesn't mean that they was all over it, which this is going to help to prove that the Spaniards wasn't all over the place. But let's just pull up map of New Spain. Images, right? Let me zoom in. Let me just click on it. So this is your map of New Spain. That's a pretty big, giant area to claim, right? And they probably just threw their name on it, you know, like a goddamn franchise or something. But this is your Spanish area before the Louisiana Purchase, right? And they purchased Spain, England, or whoever purchased New Spain from them, and they took over, right? So where did the Spaniards go? Surely there were some of them there. They knew the area existed and made whole maps about this bitch, right? So where did the Spaniards go? How do I know they even went anywhere? Let's take a look at that census record. Because that's why I got on here this afternoon as I was cruising through my I'm going through my receipts, and I'm like organizing my whole iPad of receipts into different lessons or different categories, which will also be different lessons and shit that I can teach when I go live, and things of that nature. Make it easier to follow, find my receipts, all that stuff. So think about this, y'all. Where did they go? Okay, so what is this? Well, let me show you what this is. This is the 1880 census. 1880 census from census.gov. This is the 1890 census from census.gov. Okay. And this is the 1900 census, 1901, from census.gov. Now, each one of these are breaking down the race. What race is a Spaniard during that time? They had to be here, right? So let's scroll down. You got a category for whites. I don't know why the hell it did that. Let me go back down. You got a category for white, right? We show numbers, right? We also show colored people, right? So we see colored people. We see white people, white, whatever. Okay. Well, who else is counted up in here? Who else did they enumerate? Oh, they got some different things. It ain't just black and white, because what people will make you believe is you had to be either black or white. You don't understand they didn't have no other categories. Okay, well, there's a whole Chinese category, right? So somebody knew Chinese was here, but guess where most of them are at? In California. 75,000 out of 105,000 of them are over there in California. Okay, that makes sense, you know. It makes sense because, as we know, Asia's right on that side. So anybody that come over from Asia is usually just going to set up a shop on the coast. And they can go back and forth today wherever they at, right? You also have a Japanese category. So think about that. The test takers, the enumerators, I should say, not test takers. The enumerators, the census workers, they were able to distinguish the few Japanese out of the Chinese. Okay, that's pretty interesting. You have a civilized Indians category. Okay. 1880, we got a civilized Indians category. Not that many of them. 66,000. I wonder why the number's so small. I wonder why that number is so small. Because if you were to Google, let's see, is that the total number? Yeah, that's the total number. If you were to Google, let's see what it says actually. Native American population in 1850. Google would tell you there was about 500,000 of them. Well, 383,000 to 500,000 of them. Where did they get that number? In 1850, and by 1880 is 62,000? Let's see where they got this information. Estimated population around 383,500. The Native American population in 50 estimated to have been around 300. This was a significant decline. This was a decline from the pre-contact numbers, which, with the population continuing to fall due to diseases, violence, and forced displacement, not paper, genocide, and reclassification, not that. Census data and whatever excluded Indian, or said census data at the time excluded Indians not taxed, meaning official figures from the 1850 census would be incomplete and likely lower than that count. So, but they are still saying, now let's see if we can pull up that 1850 census. That's a good thing. 1850 census. Let's say, well, yeah, let's just do that. Let's see if there's an overview. I hadn't pulled up the 1850. Didn't think about it that far, to be honest. Let's see the full report. All right, so we in here. Let me spark this. How y'all doing this afternoon, evening, going on evening for some of y'all. So let's see if we can first control F and find the word Indians on here without having to go all the way through it. Find on page Indian. Sometimes if it says 0, which it does, that doesn't mean it ain't on there. Like if I put the word census and it doesn't find the word census, as you see it didn't, but we're looking at the word census, that just means the document is not going to allow you to do a control F for whatever damn reason, which is whack. So we're going to have to scroll down. Let's see if we can find a category about Indians, because that would be a good thing to contrast with, too, the 1850 numbers being gigantic. And then all of a sudden they're being reeled down and they're going to talk about some smallpox blankets or something stupid. Let's say 70, 90, 80, 1820. There's the states. I like this because this helps to show that they first did the colonies and then they started to advance to these other states to the west as they went westward. It says whites, free colored slaves in total, but let's see if we see an Indian category anywhere. Census. Free white tea persons, slaves, colored persons, employed, deaf, dumb, school, census. So these were the sections: free inhabitants, slaves, products and agriculture, social statistics, product industry, people who unalive during the year, blank form, classification, free inhabitants. I was trying to see if there's an Indian category: nativity, medical, unalive, death, longevity, vital statistics, newspaper, periodicals. So yeah, man, I hate to scroll. I'm gonna scroll a little bit, but I ain't gonna take forever because this document long as hell. Let me see if I can just see if it shows the race over here, down here. Sometimes it'll have a category: cominium, mortality statistics, abstract, 7 census. I should have looked at that before I got on the live stream, so that way I ain't holding y'all up because I don't want to go through that whole thing. And it looks, let's see, sections: birth, marriages, progress and population, nativities, population, subdivision, countries, schools, adults, professions, agriculture, newspaper, libraries. We might have seen the part that it showed age, color. It was only showing. So let's look at 1860 and see if we see a difference. 1860 census. And it said it was 500,000 according to, I took that off. So 1860 census, we're going to try, that's family search. We're going to go to the government, right? Let's see, title page introduction. Download all sections. Let me see this one. Okay, let's see if we can get a breakdown here of anything about Indians. Let's do a Control F, see if we get lucky. Say Control F, but find on page. Okay, we can do that on here. Indian. Thank good God. The last thing I want to do is go through this bitch forever. Okay, Indiana. They're talking about Indiana right here. And the Indian tribes. Let's go down to a category area. Perpetual colored population. So we got the colored population here. Slave population. Free colored. We got total color, slave, whatever, free color, slave, whatever. Okay, let me just keep following the ones on the page with the word. See if we can find a category. Indian tribes. It says owned by 200 Creeks. Okay, whatever. We'll get to that. Maybe. I don't know. I'll go back to that one other day. Try to talk about some Indians owning some Negroes. That's what it tried to talk about. Indiana. So I don't even really see an Indian category on here. So we're going to check one more. I'm going to check the 1870 census, which is possible it will be on that one because let me see what that number, where did they get that number from real quick? They said according to in 1850, there was 383,000. And we said what by, oh, it was on the paper over here. I was like, where did I get that number from? By 1900, there was supposed to be only 66,000 of them. So that's too huge of a drop to even just say that's off of some damn diseases and violence. Let's go to the 1870 real quick. 1870 census, race. This one should have like one of the first times they were counted. This is also the first time people didn't count us as slaves, bullshitting us. All right, here we go. Nativity, nationality, by race. Okay, damn it. Okay, 3 tables. Let's do the first table. Okay, let's see if we can find the Indian category on here real quick. And then I can get back to the Spaniards' ass. And that's really, really important to know when we're dealing with these numbers on the Spaniards. So we got our free colored, we got our slaves, we got Chinese, we got Indians. So in 1870, they said it was only 25,000. And in 1860, it says it's 44,000. So it makes sense that by 1900, be 64,000. That's that gradual growth, right? But why don't I have numbers? Let me see where AI got those numbers from. Because AI is the one that pulled that number. Indian population, oh no. You got to do Native American population in 1850 total. Now, they're still saying around 383,000. Now, let's see where they're getting that information from real quick. Their sources are this, and this. So the sources are Native American census. There were censuses done in the Native American or Indian territory. Native American data results. Native American population year. This one's not even starting until 18. And then how you going to all of a sudden just pop up to that? That don't even make sense right there. This one's showing that, but it's not showing. Okay, here's the 1850. It says native population 903, then it was 34,000 and 27,000 and 55,000 and 23,000, 23. These numbers ain't matching up. And then all of a sudden 233. That don't even make sense. You don't go up like that, back down all of a sudden and then back up and back down. That don't make sense. Let's keep going. Population of Native American and non-Native Americans. That don't make sense. I probably need to read what this is talking about. But that's where they're saying they got this number from for 1850. We're going to look over here. It says by 1850, the estimated American Indian population stood at 383,000. What is this? What is this? American Indian Demographics, EBSCO.com. I don't know what the fucking EBSCO.com. American Indian Demographics, Prehistoric Trends. Let's go back down. It says in 1830, the remaining American Indians in the East were forcibly removed to the west of the Mississippi River under President Andrew Jackson's administration. Between 1828 and 1838, approximately 81,300 American Indians were thus removed for, think about this. Think about this. Now that I'm thinking about it, the number had to be high. So think about what they're trying to say with this number. This one is trying to say, hey, there was only about 64,000 of them. Let's even look here. And look how that number goes down and then up. That doesn't even make sense. But okay. Let's just say they were moving and counting new Indians. But for it to go down doesn't even make sense. But let's just look at the total. You got a total of Indians in the entire United States, not just the Southeast, in 1860, saying they were around 44,000, 1870, saying they were around 25,000, right? Well, I just saved. Let me find it. Albums, Freedman, right here. I just say where this lady had went through and hold on. Let me get a screenshot of her of this page, or pause it right here. So this lady, right up here, back in the day, I had this long ago because she was showing, hey, this is about the total amount of people that were at least on the Dawes rolls, even though there were other rolls and there were other areas of us. But this is the total amount of people who were so-called black lookership on the Dawes rolls. And that doesn't include the people who were black lookership that might have had by blood listed, because this is just talking about the freedmen. So she only counted what the freedmen showed, right? But just in this, you're talking about 3,500, 25, that's 5,000, 6,000, that's 10,000, 12,000, almost 13,000 so-called freedmen. And I want to say that she said it was almost close to 20-something thousand when I was listening to her. And you talking about and that's just the ones that went to Oklahoma during the removal. But you telling me our numbers as freedmen were almost close to, if that number's 44, they can't, 25 had to be lower. So I don't even, but even over here on this website, which we were just looking at, let me go back on this website. But also it showed 383,000 here, which I want to get to, because that, I want to know where they got this number. And then we can figure out why it went away. What the hell happened? Well, we pretty much know they reclassified a bunch of people, moved, that number is pretty funny now that I think about it. That number is pretty funny. Let me show you what I'm thinking. On another census form. We're going to go to the slave population census schedules from the Library of Congress also. Census.gov, I should say. So, if we needed to account for 383,000 people in 1790, what year was that? Let me see. Go back. 383 in 1850, actually. By 1850, we had a ginormous amount of people, to be honest, by 1850. 3.2 million, plus a lot of us free. But so really, I guess I can't think of it, because if it was saying 1790, which I thought it was, I was about to say, boy, that can make up, a big bulk of that. but we were already at 3.2 million, so that doesn't really correlate for me. I just really want to know where they got this number. Let's see. Between approximately 81,300 American Indians were thus removed. Think about that. 81,000 showing to be removed in 1838 going to Oklahoma, but the numbers were still showing. Let's go to those census forms. Let's say by 1900. Well, no, let's go with 1890. On 1890, we're going to see 58,000 listed, okay, by 1890, giving them a little grace there, but it said there was 81,000, way more, just in 1838. American Indians were thus removed, and those were the ones that were removed, not necessarily all of them, because you could remain on your land, and there's different reservations in different areas. But for relocation efforts, the United States acquired 115,000 acres of Indian lands and resources. Furthermore, the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Seminole, and Muskogee lost between 15 to 50% of their population during the forced relocation. Come on now. Now hold on. Now you're making stuff up. Cause I'm gonna tell you what they need for this. What you need, because people were being buried in graves at that time, right? People were being buried in graves. I need to see 40,000 graves. If 50% of just these folks unalive, I need to see 40,000 graves. 40,000, you say that's a trick bag, exactly. Just throwing that out there, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't that hard to get removed to go up there. My family showed that they I wish I had the receipt. I'm trying to think in my head where that receipt is, but my family shows that they was able to gather their stuff, sell off their home, their land, and all their belongings, and moved out when they decided they wanted to take off. They didn't get forced, but they were the prominent family, a prominent family in the Chickasaw Nation. But if they was all forced, then they should have all been forced. I don't care how prominent they was. They should have been. They're supposed to be sent out there with guns and whips, with YT folks following them and making sure, and forcing them to go so many miles a day. The whole stupid thing don't even make sense. But other removed Indian tribes, similar thing. But then it says by 1850, the estimated Indian population stood at 383,000. So you told me it was at 81,000. You told me a half of their shit might have, a quarter to half of their shit could be gone. But then you tell me you got 383,000. Where does that number come from? It must come from the Indian census, and they don't have as American Indian population declined. That's not a decline. That's an increase. But okay, and it's also not matching the records for 1860, 70, and all that because it's way lower. Let's see what the other source shows. It's from EBSCO also. It's the same thing. Recorded, it said the indigenous population of the United States reached its nadir in 1890. The 1890 census recorded 248,000 Native Americans. That's not what I see in the continental United States, although most infectious diseases. We just was looking at, this is the 1890 census right here, right? Unless I'm tripping, it says 58,000 civilized Indians. Now let me go down. Then we have males, females, broken down. Native-born, foreign-born people, okay. YTs, Negroes, Chinese, Japanese, civilized Indians. They have another section right here, and I'm reading, it says 44, 25, 66, 58. I'm not reading what the hell they just said. So it makes you wonder who's lying. Plus, I don't know what this website is. It's not a government website, so I mean, it ain't like I can really trust it. But AI is the one that threw it out there. So let's look a little bit further down. But my thing is still, where are the Spaniards? We're going to get back onto the Spaniards here in a moment. But now we're just doing a little sleuthing about these Indians. So those were AI's three sources. Let's see right here. Indian population, we got a Wikipedia, we got Dartmouth Journeys. National Archives doesn't start them until 1860. And that's your .gov. It's probably gonna, I don't like going to this website too much. It buries things in so many different places. But it shows here on census.gov, census. Okay, so there's taxed Indians and then there's non-taxed Indians. That's where they're getting the numbers from. Okay. And your total Indians right here. Okay. So 339,000. Now we have an official government source on what the number is, because going by that census record, it didn't talk about the not tax. That must come from the Indian census that they did themselves. So they don't make it up as they go, right? Because even now, we still have a question. Oh, look at that. Well, no, that's just the normal census. But even now, we're still going to have the question. I still pose the question. As we go back to this census form, and I pull that back for y'all, we have an account of the YT folks. We have an account of the Negroes. We have an account of the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Indians. So what happened to the Spanish? Where's the Spaniards? Where's the Mexicans? Where's the anybody of that? Were they all listed up under YTs? I doubt it, because some of them look like they could be mixed with some of us in a sense. Some of them, I don't even want to say. Well, I will say that, and I'm gonna show you why I say that. Not all, obviously not all of them at all. But I'm gonna show you why I say that is because, oh, y'all can just do it this way instead of trying to go through that shit. Caesar Bruner, which is one of my old best friends' ancestors, who was a Seminole band leader. He has a whole gravestone or whatever, headstone, whatever you want to call it, plaque, whatever that is. But this is his grandfather. So he was born in 1813. His grandfather was born likely in the mid 1700s. Don't really have a date on him. But this is him, and this is his wife. His wife, just to prove, I'm going to prove a couple different ways that these Spaniards were here. His wife was Miss Elizabeth Manuel. Okay? So we know some Spanish people was here. So where did the Spanish go? They were marrying some of us. They were doing their own thing, whatever the case may be. Where in the hell did the Spanish go? So that's one Spaniard, right? One Spanish person, right? Now let's take a look at the, if I don't have it in here, I have it in my phone. Let me type Seminole real quick. Here's some Seminole Indians, right? Now, we also have some Seminole Indians, right? Your real Seminole Indians, right? From the same archive, from the same Gilcrease archive, we have the real Seminole Indians, right? The real Seminole Indians, right? Right? You know, she might slightly be mistaken for a Hispanic, but, hold on, my phone. Okay. But even if you may slightly mistake them for a Hispanic, you have other Seminoles. These were some Seminoles, right? Seminole Indians. Now, even if you want to mistake those These people here are completely different than what you might have thought if you was trying to find a Spaniard looking person out of this person, right? The phenotype is nowhere near the same. Everything is completely different from these Seminoles who's there with the president. You know what I'm saying? Making deals and shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm. With a white tee protection right there behind them and shit. Yeah, fuck with our Spaniards if you want to. We're coming after you. Okay? So those are Seminoles, but also these are Seminoles apparently. Right? Seminoles that as I try to zoom in, Seminoles that look like this guy right here. Now, where did the Spaniards go? That's gonna be the question of the night. They've been the first ones to hit the shores. De Soto went all through here, tracking through this bitch, having fights with Tuscaloosa and shit. He unalived at some point, but his expedition kept going, and there's so many places named after him. He had a team of Spaniards with him, you know. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? How come they didn't get counted in the census? They was in those states. They should have been. What happened to the Spaniards? That's the question. That's the question I'm trying to figure out tonight. You see, these areas were also, at the same time, they were known as New Spain. Let's take a look. Go to, why am I on my Facebook? At the same time, all of this New Spain area, not all of it was called New, well, a lot of it, this and all that, right? Well, at the same time, I mean, a lot of that was Indian territory. I thought this was the actual map where I can zoom in and out, but this is a screenshot. Some of that was Indian territory, right? Even down there were the Seminoles. Especially, we're looking specifically today at the Seminoles, right? Because that was Spanish Florida. They was all throughout that hole, right? They've been setting up shop, got the St. Augustine popping off and all that, right? Juan Ponce de Leon was there. He's French, so I guess I'll shut up about him. But all the rest of them was through there, through Alabama, through... Let's look at this. Let's look at the pathway of DeSoto so we can see where all he went. DeSoto's map. This is one of them. So DeSoto and his men went all through here, right? Some of our people that follow me and follow us, they can tie themselves back to some of these Indian tribe names. Some of these Indian tribe names are the names of cities right now, like Talisi, Mobila, but that's Mobile, Alabama today. That's what Tuscaloosa fight happened, I believe. I know somebody who can trace her family back to Catafichique. And then you got the Capachiques, like TB and them. And there's the Chiscas. So, anyways, you have this map. We do know that Spaniards were here. We do know Spaniards were definitely all up in Florida. We do know that they claimed Florida until the Seminoles lost the war, really, of in about 1856. So really, they had control. At least the Seminoles had control down there to 1856. That's the thing too. Let's pull it up. So we'll look at. Sorry. The Seminoles. And we're going to look at a government document about them. This is about how they started. This one is same thing. Where the other one at? Here's the one about the wars. Okay. So this is a website from the government, right? So I'm not showing you no BS. All right. It says run-ins with white settlers were becoming more regular by the turn of the century. Settlers wanted Indian land and their former slaves back. In 1817, that's some bullshit. In 1817, these conflicts escalated into the first of three wars. So in 1817, they were coming down there warring against the United States. Future U.S. President Andrew Jackson invaded then Spanish Florida, right? So it was still Spanish Florida, even by the time the Seminoles were going through their wars with them. Okay, it says several key locations and pushed back the Seminoles further back to into Florida, South Florida. After the passage of the Indian Removal Act of 1830, government attempted to relocate the Seminoles to Oklahoma, causing yet another war. So they didn't even go to like my folks did. They said hell no. And then after that, it said after defeating the U.S. in early battles in the Second Seminole War, so they didn't beat them twice. The Seminole leader Osceola was captured by the United States in 1837 when U.S. troops said they wanted a truce to peace talks. So that's just like the YTs. They say, "Hey man, we just want to talk to you real quick," and I see that a lot, even in some of these like voyagers. They'll be like, "Let's just have a party on the boat," and as soon as you get on the boat, they lock that motherfucker and take off, and now you stuck. Gotta stop trusting these folks. And that happened, looks like that happened to Osceola. Look up the Treaty of Fontainebleau. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to go into it at some point. The only treaties I've read so far are the Choctaw Treaty because I'm Choctaw, but I'm Choctaw, I'm Chickasaw. I need to read the Chickasaw Treaty. I think it's the same thing. I need to read. I'm Cherokee. I need to read the treaty for the Cherokees. I do need to read all of them, but the main one I've read is what you call it. Gave it to Spanish for some time. What's up, Brad Prophet? French post control of Louisiana in 1760. And then gave it to Spanish for some time. Yeah, and Louisiana was a special case, they say, because there was all kind of people down up in there. Mostly the British, the French, and the Spanish. And at some point, I think the Dutch might have got there at some point. But my family was from there, and so like I do know that. Also, you got to have some French, obviously some French. I was about to say Irish people, Irish, but you know what? I don't know. I don't know about the Irish people, Irish people. But so they say after the removal, okay, Osceola was captured, whatever. It says in 1858, in the United States declared an end to conflicts in the Third War of the Seminoles. More than 3,000 have been removed. 200 to 300 of them still remain in Florida, hidden in the swamps. That's 1858. Let's see what the numbers in Florida specifically said for Indians non-taxed. I guess it's different since this is the non-taxed or civilized Indians. So these numbers are going to be different than the ones from their. I wish I had the census from where the hell they got those other numbers. Because I wanted to kind of compare that. You said 200 to 300 remain. Then what the hell did they have in Florida today? And where's Florida on here? Neighbor Mount Rhode Island. Florida, okay. There's Florida. 171 Indians. But these are the non-tax by 1890. And what was just saying? I'm just checking their little facts. So it's kind of hard because I don't have that. Let me see if that website has the breakdown, but I doubt it does. I doubt it got the breakdown. I doubt it's got the breakdown. Where'd that website go? Where you go? Let me go back. Damn. Oh, over here. So we got this. I just don't like that website. Notes, Bureau of Statistics, 8th Census, United States instructions. Bureau of Statistics, 20 stats, schedule a special. I don't know which one. Census United States, Washington, 9th Census, Biostatistics, United States, the number of 8th Census. I'm not seeing one about the Indians. Okay, Indian lands, Arkansas rolls, 8th Census of the United States, 1860, Arkansas roll. I might click on that one. Let's see, the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, 1880, United States Census and National Index. 10th Census of the United States. Let me just click on some of these, see if one of these, and see where it comes, where it brings me to. It brought me to the same page. Why the hell would it do that? I guess that's what it was mentioning. Let me see if I can find it. Let me Google this phrase. It ain't gonna stop me. The 8th census of the 1860, Roll 52 contains records from the 1860 census. Arkansas, which includes population schedules for the state, enumeration of Indian lands at the end of the roll call. Looks like it was page 52. Okay, whatever. I ain't even gonna go down the woods on that. So, but what we're getting to is there was Spanish Florida, right? Because I can get on these tangents easy. So, Spanish Florida, right? So you got your Indians here, you got your Spanish here. It was still known as Spanish Florida. Now, unless these niggas was just calling this Spanish Florida, but all the Spaniards moved out. But we know that's not the case because there's a shit ton of them over there today. Like, come on now, like playing games. My bad, I'm a little congested. My bad. They playing games. It's like you can't tell me that the Spanish people just went away. And where I'm getting to this, why I'm talking about this is because where did the Spaniards go? Well, we pretty much kind of got a good idea where they went. Like when I was showing y'all, damn, really I got that many tabs open? I gotta shut these. I just went through a tab cleanup. The Seminole Indians, or this is what you type in when you type in Native people. You'll get people like that. Now let's type in Seminole Indians. We're gonna go specified in Florida. Seminole Indian people. And as you see, Florida University shows an obvious picture, excuse me, of Spaniards. Spanish, Span whatever, okay? And that's where they went, in my opinion. Because you got your real Seminoles sitting back off in there. But we know that people that look like them have been around. They wasn't calling themselves that. They had to be, and nobody counted a damn Mexican or a damn Spaniard in the census. So in none of the census forms, when do you even get them starting to even count? Let me Google that. When do you even get them starting to count Hispanics? Excuse me. When were the first times Hispanics were counted in the census? I don't want to say Hispanics because that means you come from Hispaniola. What do they ask you on the census? They ask, I don't think they ask you, are you of Hispanic? They don't ask, are you Mexican? They be like, are you, or is it Latin? Let me do Hispanic. Fuck it. Even though that doesn't make sense. Because Hispanic to me says, hey, we were on the island of Hispaniola. But maybe it means something else. I don't know. The first time Hispanic was used on the census was in 1970 when asked about origin with a separate question appearing on a longer form questionnaire sent to a sample of households. Before this, in 1930, a Mexican racial category was used for the first time. So they didn't start counting Mexican looking people till 1930. Okay? But Mexican looking people had been here the whole damn time. Even before the white tees got here. That's plenty of time to cosplay them as Indians in many different areas as you bring in new ones and call them Mexicans. Oh no, those are the Mexicans that's coming in now. The Native Americans are the Seminoles, right? They're your Seminole people. And that's what they don't want you to think. Now, we could pull up a video right now of the Seminoles. And apparently they like to keep their shit under wraps. Let's see. Let me find me one. See, that's a Seminole sitting there. You know what I'm saying? These people are crazy, and like this is not anything of their traditional dress, way they dress at all. This whole triangle bullshit that they keep doing because they can't do nothing else different because they ain't got no creativity, style, or anything. It's not any. It's never been recorded that any explorer came here and says they wear lots of triangles on their cloth, or they wove in intricate triangles and line pattern designs. I ain't seen that shit yet, you know. But okay, let's say you look at let's say this. Then let's say you look at this. There's gonna be hella.
Hi, K-Vision kids. It's me, Miss Penny, and today we're at the Seminole Tribe Museum to find out about the Seminole culture.
Yay!
Come with me. It's going to be great. The Seminole Tribe is a group of Native American people who live mainly in Florida, particularly in the Everglades. Among many things.
Now notice what they're wearing, right? Now this is your traditional type of wear, things that they wore as the Seminoles, and I'm gonna show you that on pictures. Yeah, I can go back that way. That works. Should be under here. So you would have. I got more of these in my phone. Not the kids. Not necessarily the men. The men dress like that. Billy Bowlegs, the chief, one of the chiefs, dressed like that. There you go. The women dress like that. Now look at her eyes. Almost Asiatic in a sense, because we have features like that. To be honest, she looked like almost Queen goddamn Quet if she had an overbite, to be honest with you. Hold on, move this, do the little puzzle thing. She looked a little bit almost like goddamn Queen Quet. And Queen Quet need to quit playing with her history. This lady right here is not an African. The eyes look a little Asiatic, a little slanty eye, but the dark skin melanated very heavily. Straight hair practices, they had those, but all of those little beads and stuff, that was one of your Seminole squaw. They call that a Seminole squaw. Look, in Miami, Florida. We're talking about that same area. She too has the same thing on. She doesn't have as slanty of an eyes, but she has the pearls and things of that nature, or beads. And holding the kid, which, at first glance, this kid could look like a little Asiatic kid, but nah, not really. I think it's just we thinking that because the hair is all overgrown on the front like that. And we just, shit, people think I look Mexican half the damn time sometimes. They used to. When I had short hair, when I grew my locks out, nah, I didn't get that no more. When I grew my locks out, ain't nobody would call me no goddamn Mexican. So as we look at this, what you notice is all of the mannequins are of a very, very, very light hue, right? That's not your Seminoles. That's not your Seminoles. Look at even how they did the hair on that bitch. That's crazy, dude. That's insane. They don't know how to do black hair. they try to figure out how to do it. Is this how they did it? Would have done it? No, ma'am. That's not how they would have done it. Okay. Maybe that's how y'all do y'all weird fur on your head. But okay. But let's keep going. Let them keep up the lies for a little bit.
Things. They are known for their colorful clothing, beautiful beadwork, and special dwellings called chiquis.
Hello, Chihantamo. My name is Carla Cypress. I'm from the Panther Clan, and you're on the Big Cypress Reservation today.
Boy, the Spaniards did not draw this. Now let me show you real quick the designs that were on the cotton mantles and clothing that they showed of the Indians. Now, if they would have seen these damn weird ass designs that don't have no color coordination in there, what's the color palette of this? What's the primary colors they going for on this motherfucker, man? You know what I'm saying? You done put every weird color in this bitch because you don't know what the hell you're doing. You ain't got no style. They ain't got no nothing. Okay? Creativity mustard. Not all colors at all. What up, Smoke Job? What up, New Sentinel? What up, Rising Truth? See you up in there. Said those are the imposters. Exactly. What's up, Dream? She said that's a mess. CR said that's an Asian haircut. For real. That is, especially how they had that motherfucker cut. And think about this. She ain't got her shit like that. You know what I'm saying? No, she got her shit straight YT style. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, look at the colors at the top. They don't even matter. Why wouldn't you use this same color right there too? Why wouldn't you at least try to make it synchronous in some kind of way? Give it some kind of uniformity to something. I just don't understand what was going through their head, okay? I still don't even understand these rectangles that connect. Why rectangles connect? And so much space between the rectangles. It just doesn't look good. Had it just been perfect squares, that would have been right. You know what I'm saying? Perfect squares going all the way around. I'd have fucked with that. But here we are with rectangles. It just doesn't make any kind of sense. So, and I don't know what the whoops. Hold on, let me go back.
Hey, this is the.
You know what the YT lady had on? She's acting like she's trying to be
special dwellings called chiquis.
Hello, Chihantamo. My name is Carla Cypress.
Yeah, she look like I don't know what the hell she wearing. She look like she wearing that looks like one of them. What do you call it? Them throw blankets. Bitch got a throw blanket on. She don't get the fuck out of here. She done wrapped a throw blanket around herself this morning. I think this will make me look ethnic today. I'm interviewing the Seminoles. Oh my man, I had to look at the phone. Those cast iron skillets, they no good. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, did they have cast iron skillets? The motherfuckers is for decoration, nigga. Cause they don't know what they damn sure ain't cooking. And what the hell they cooking on in here? Let's let them keep up with the lies real quick. I've never watched this.
From the Panther Clan, and you're on the Big Cypress
What's up,
Reservation
Opium? Appreciate
today.
that.
This is the cooking chiqui, and today I'll be showing you some of the steps on how we make today's fry bread.
I was just about to say, this bitch boiling water. Then this bitch said, we about to show you how to make fried bread. Get yo simple ass out of here, nigga. This nigga about to make. Oh, is this all they know how to make? If you don't get up out of here, I ain't never seen the explorers in any of these books say, man, they made amazing fry breads. Never have I seen the shit, okay? So the shit makes no sense. It's like they've never even read a single book about their people, about our people. I'm sorry. What up, Lola? She said, Alpacapes. What he said? Alpacapes. For sure, Roger. Smoke Jai. He said, I know, right? Like, this bitch said she about to show the fry bread.
Panther Clan, and you're on the Big Cypress Reservation today. This is the Cooking Chicky, and today I'll be showing you some of the
You cook fry bread in a cast iron skillet?
steps on how we make today's fry bread.
Actually, no, that's one. It looked like they got that bitch from Walmart. That ain't no. They kept the cast iron up there. That would have probably made it taste better, to be honest.
Achiki is a traditional Seminole structure. They are designed to keep people cool.
Why is she so excited? Achiki! Let me stop before my neighbors speak.
In the hot, swampy climate of Florida. We're in a Achiki hut. Is this a particular?
Yes, this is what's called a cooking chicky, or eat that chicky, and eat that means fire, and chicky is the house, so it'd be like, can translate to.
Is that the fry bread sitting in water, nigga? Is that supposed to be sitting in oil or water? Do you fry it or do you boil the bread? I ain't never seen it. Look, I'm amazed at this point, ma'am.
Firehouse, and this is where we cook, and normally you'd have this.
Where's your vegetables? Where are your seasonings? Where's your salt and pepper? Okay, let's keep.
Like the central area of your camp, and when you have visitors, they would come to your camp and they would announce themselves at.
What I want y'all to notice real quick, I'm gonna replay this. It is a purposeful caricature thing. If I said that right, it's a purposeful thing that these people do as a caricature to talk with their whole arms and hands. See, normally they do it all the time whenever they're doing their little storytelling shit. But watch how even as she explains everything, I'm just noticing this bitch's hands is moving the whole time. Her whole arms, watch.
Chicky hut, is this a particular?
Yes, this is what's called a cooking chicky, or eat that chicky, and eat that means fire, and chicky is the house, so it'd be like, can translate to firehouse. And this is where we cook, and normally you'd have this would be like the central area of your camp. And when you have visitors, they would come to your camp and they would announce themselves at either the cooking.
See, like they will come to your camp and they will sit down and announce, bitch, I'm not deaf, okay? What are you doing all this signing for? Get your... I'm listening to you, okay? I'm not looking at your little fake ass hand gestures. Every Indian, and if you don't notice it, watch. I'm just gonna little sidebar. I'm gonna show you. Every Indian does it. The ones that put up the bullshit ass. I'm sorry. I gave them the term Indian. I'm so sorry. Every native does this shit.
Okay, look, y'all.
Made up of
19 different museums.
Hi guys, how you doing? My name is Gail Ross, as you heard, and I am an.
Hold on, I want to find.
His home was like one.
See what he's
what
doing.
they could do and the best way to do it. And somebody's come up with the idea of making a ladder out of trees, huge trees, the biggest trees that they could find. They went to the foothills and they cut down several hundred hemlock trees. They were tall, straight, no limbs.
See how they do it? They got to do that. If you're not doing that, you're not a cultural native, okay? When people ask you, are you doing the Native American culture? If you not talking with your hands and explaining shit like a fake ass motherfucking deaf mute motherfucker, you not a real Native American, okay? You're not a reservation Indian, and they all do. I want to find this white dude. Let me see. He does it too. Hold on. He does. Hold up. That nigga was doing it.
It was going to be. So people would stop laughing. There goes Coyote. There was a big, tall tree. So we went to the top of that big, tall tree.
What you looking at?
He could just lie out and away with the geese going south.
He had a biter moment. Sir, wake up! Let me get over that. Sir, wake your dumb ass the fuck up. You was telling me about a tall tree. God damn it. Look back up at that motherfucker and tell me what he was gonna say. Now, don't leave me hanging and shit. I'm looking up now. Where? The tall tree, nigga? Oh. You got me looking up at your ass. Done fell asleep. Done had a Joe Biden moment in this bitch. All right, man. These are the Spaniards. Okay, let's go back to this lady talking her little bullshit with her hands.
Chiqui or the eating chiqui. Today I'm going to make fry bread, which is a bread that is like a pillowy fried.
Y'all gonna be looking at her hands the whole time now. They're a bunch of self-interpreters. Said, what's there? Mona hand dancing movements. I ain't never heard of that. Is that what they call it? Because they be playing games.
Bread with water and flour. And this is the bread I made earlier, which I added the flour and the water together, and I would just knead it. We say yiglik in our language is to knead. Yiglik.
She learned that today.
To make the edges expand.
Is this okay?
She's like, I got an interview today. How do you say need? Gliglik? Bitch learned it that day. I ain't stupid. Y'all niggas ain't speaking the language. So she cooking on the old gate. She got an Asian tattoo on the arm. Tell me she don't. Tell me she don't. No, ma'am, you have failed. This bitch completely failed. She white with an Asian tattoo as a Seminole. Man, she don't know what the hell going on. And these motherfuckers say these motherfuckers say, I completely missed that. They say we got a, what do they say? Personality crisis or whatever the fuck they say. Or whatever. That's crazy. And ain't no telling what else is on the arm. I'm telling you, man, it be anybody. I gotta screenshot that so I can remember that. Let me throw that in my Seminole folder. Let the Asian tattooed white Seminole continue.
Just the knead, yiglik. To make the edges expand.
Is this okay?
Yes.
No. No, man. Does this look okay? I gotta say that shit again.
We say yiglik in our language is the knead, yiglik. To make the edges expand.
Is this okay? And I just...
Man, it don't look like a cookie. It don't look like no bread. It don't look like a biscuit. It just look like a clump of goddamn wheat and water, okay? You need to flatten that bitch out, okay? Pussy found it. It says Dragon and it's East. Oh, damn, you did it says Dragon and you did a motherfucking, what you call it on it? That's crazy. I love that. That's what's up, Dream. Dream on it, for real. Cause ain't no telling what they would have said. I've never even thought about that. Now, if I see like tattoos and shit, screenshot them hoes and upload them bitches and see what comes up. That's smart. But you know what's not smart is this bullshit in our hand. Did this look okay? No, ma'am, and not at all. You know the first thing that you eat, your apple. What did I say? You eat with your eyes first, or some shit like that. You eat with your eyes first, and I don't want to eat that. Okay.
Yeah.
Place it in.
Yeah.
Let's see how it turns
Just do
out.
it carefully. Like
They putting it in water or
That would be a
grease.
traditional meal.
When I was growing up, we ate a lot of fish.
Do you realize that if you let dough fry too long in low grease, that it's gonna soak in hella grease? Do they not know that shit? Like really, when you put something in a grease like that, have y'all never done that before? Like come back, and then when you see it, it's like full of fucking grease. Not the inside kind of fluffy and outside kind of got a little oily, and you know what I'm saying? Where they getting the cooking oil back then? I know, right? They done got they got that shit at Sam's. Sam's Club. That's what the fuck they got it, god damn it. But that's not gonna fry that shit. And they know that. They didn't try this shit out before. They didn't know that grease wasn't gonna get too hot from that. It's too far from the motherfucker and it's not hot enough to fucking fry. But let's see how it turned out.
Would have deer. We would have a variety of vegetables. We would have black-eyed peas with white rice or a lot of tomatoes, stewed tomatoes.
So things you could grow in the garden.
Yes.
Should we try it?
Nigga, what in the fuck is that, nigga? Wait, hold up. You fried this. You mean to tell me y'all can't even brown shit when you fry it? I ain't never in my life seen nobody fry some shit that didn't get brown, nigga. In my life. That's the whole purpose of the fry. It's a taco shell. I know, right? Those are all food she was naming. They ain't gonna cook. That's why they cooked this fry bread. They wasn't gonna cook black-eyed peas. They was gonna put them hoes in the motherfucking out the can into the pot and just sit there and let it boil. They wasn't gonna add shit, nigga. Look at this. What the hell is this? Because they didn't. You couldn't fry it because the heat. I just said that heat was not gonna do shit. Now you have an oily, lumpy, fucking wheat and fucking water. We'll be ready in 5 days. I'm told. Oh damn, that's what's up. Let's
together.
That's insane.
Thank you.
And you gonna eat it?
Okay.
Listen.
Go breaking bread and eating.
Let's see how much they like this bread. Now, when you gotta lie for the camera, you're gonna have to make this work. They're gonna make it work. Watch.
Together.
Cheers, salud.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
The burgers are real hard.
You're not taking a drink.
It's hard, but it's good.
It's hard, but it's good.
The burgers are real hard.
It's hard, but it's good.
How did it get hard without getting brown, nigga? I'm completely baffled by the physics at this point, nigga. I don't even understand what's going on here. Hold up. Wheat and water bread. They gonna eat that BS. She said, "Wait, bite." Yeah, you heard it. You heard it crunch. She said, "Yeah, no." Their faces said it all. Yeah, that's why they cut away right afterwards. After they started biting, watch. Let's see.
The burgers are real hard.
It's hard, but it's good.
2 to 3 chews. 2 to 3 chews, and they was cutting away. Okay, let's get off this bullshit. Okay, that's what. Now come on, I ain't never seen nobody. I gotta make a video about this. I ain't never seen nobody fry something that got hard but didn't get brown. I don't know what kind of magic they got going on.
Next, my friends and I looked at some exhibits inside the museum.
This is actually a dugout canoe, okay? The reason why I call it a dugout canoe, of course, is the cypress trees.
So there's your Seminole Indian. Now, again, the whole topic of today is what happened to the Spaniards. And we'll go back over a little quick, reason for those who just came in on, through the census records, how you don't get a category for Spanish people or Mexican people. You don't get a category for that apparently until 1930. So we know the Spanish people that look like some Spanish people have been here for a while. In fact, I showed my audience earlier, somebody who had intermarried with a Spaniard, who we know is Caesar Brunner. his grandfather, Caesar Bruner's that's Caesar Bruner right here. This is his grandpa. So when you go to this little thing, I guess I got to open this up. When you click this and click this, it's a Facebook page of the Seminole Indians. His grandfather would have been born sometime in the 1700s, right? Well, his wife is right here. His wife is right here. He was married to a Miss Elizabeth Manuel, okay? So we know the Spanish-looking folks was here. We was putting that BBC up in them. You know what I'm saying? And they offspring went back to the black, obviously, because Caesar Bruner was a freed, labeled as a freedman, and he had an obvious melanated look. But so we know that some of that did happen, but that's the red man getting with the black man. Not what they would say, that's an African slave getting with a Spaniard, and it was no Indian involved. Well, who's the Indian? If she's the Spaniard, was she the Indian? Are they trying to say that maybe she had Indian blood and he was the African, and so she was half Spanish, half Indian, and that's how he got his Indian status? No, that doesn't make no sense. And it really was, he was the Indian, right? But again, we know that the Spanish people have been here for quite some time. We also looked at the map of New Spain, knowing good and damn well they've been here. Now, I already knew that they hadn't really been all up through here. They just kind of claimed these areas as they found them. But they definitely was in Florida and in Texas, which used to be called the New Philippines, with Filipinos. But all that. So what happened? Like, what happened to the Filipinos? At least on the census forms in the 1800s, at least you do have categories for Chinese and Japanese. So if there were some Filipinos here, they could have possibly went into these categories, but you had the civilized Indian category. Then there was Indians non-taxed, which were apparently like 200-something thousand during this time. But the thing I'm getting to is, where are the Spanish folks? We have Negroes here, mulattoes, quadroons, octoroons. They was counting that far down back in the day. As you notice, not that many mulattoes compared to the number of Negroes. So when everybody says, oh, everybody's got a little bit of white tea in them, everyone, at least 20% is in you, you know, that slave rate. No, there was 6 million people that looks like that they was regular looking folks that did not have a mulatto look to them. And this is about lookership also. So ain't no telling. Some of these people could have been regular Indians, regular us too. You know what I'm saying? Regular Negroes too. But some of these would have been mixed. You might have had some mixes, right? That's perfectly fine. But what you don't see in 1890 or 1850 or 1790 is you don't see everybody having some mixture of some white tea folks in them. And it's the dumbest thing. It's the dumbest talking point that I've ever seen. And it comes from this. I'll show you where it comes from. It comes from that DNA shit. And that's why the DNA doesn't trump actual records and proof of shit, right? Spit in the goddamn cup. But it says it's African Americans have 20% European DNA. If you just literally Google that, you'll get the government study on the National Institute of Health of where they got the study. And the study will tell you literally that they only tested 5,269 self-described African Americans. Self-described. Now, how come the Latinos weren't self-described? Unless that goes along with all of these people. All of these people were self-described possibly. But they definitely said that in front of ours. Self-described African Americans, Latinos. I don't know, because they put that number in between. They put that word in between the number. So I think that's not, if they would have said ancestry of self-described, 5,200, I don't know. It's like these were self-described. They knew these were Latinos and these were the Europeans. That's what it looked like to me. But I could be wrong. But either way, you only tested 5,000 people. So that doesn't even really constitute nowhere near 40, 50 something million goddamn people when they did this study in whatever year this was, sometime possibly in the 2000s or some shit. But this is where they get the study from. And everybody else just repeats this study. So if you go to 23andMe's blog, it says, learn about African history. It tells you about the study, but it's not giving you the data based upon 23andMe's spit data, which you would think it would. They made an actual thing. It says, what does it mean to have one? Hold on, what does it say? Hidden history at a glance. Hold on, where does it say? Right here. It says hidden history. All it says is, hey, it's no secret, or it shouldn't be, that a majority of African Americans have European ancestry. On average, 20 to 25%. It's one of those vestiges of America's history of slavery. For anyone still naive enough to believe in the myth of racial purity, it is one more corroboration that social categories of white and black are and always have been more porous than can be imagined, wrote Harvard professor Henry Louis Skip Gates with his weird ass in his article on when he was talking about Michelle Obama's. So when their proof is just saying that it should be no secret, and hey, listen to what Henry Louis Gates said about Obama. If you don't know, if you want some proof, listen to what this nigga said, right? And it just says, what does it mean to have 1% ancestry? Researchers have looked at genetic of about 78,000 customers likely to consider themselves to be entirely European ancestry. They found somewhere between 3 to 4% of those having hidden African ancestry. The percentage of African ancestry is relatively low in the majority of individuals of 0.5% to 0.75%, which suggests that those people have an African ancestor who lived about 6 generations at about 200 years ago. Okay, right? Just a bunch of fluff. There is no means, and this represents the percentage of it. Like, I don't even think this is coming from their database, but also other people have just repeated the rhetoric. You got videos on YouTube which get millions of views in many cases.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel.
What I want you to pay attention to these videos, I remember when they first came out and I started seeing them. They're nothing but B-roll footage, or sometimes now you got AI B-roll footage over some nigga talking, some music, and it's called history. It's never from a history channel that's actually credited or known for anything. It's some random nigga putting out propaganda. But because they do it in a high-pitched, nicely crisp, voice and everything of that, you'll believe it, right?
Identity, understanding where we come from helps us understand who we are today. In this video,
you'll believe it just because that.
From the genetic richness of Africa, traumatic experience of
they'll
slavery,
toss in some of those,
leaving a smaller pool of genes that would shape future generations. But even within this,
and let's go to YouTube to see how many views that motherfucker got.
In this tragedy, there's a story of resilience.
133,000 views on that one. If I was to type that same search in YouTube, watch how many views you will find on some of this propaganda. This is why people repeat it. So when we hear it in the live streams and people this is why I say this stuff is not harmless. Like, it's not harmless to put out bullshit rhetoric. That can be harmful because these people believe it and they go around reciting this shit. African American, 20% European. Let's see. I wanted to find one of those like B-roll footage ones. So this one, 133,000 views, 1.6K. Here's one with 405,000 views. Geneticist jaw-dropping discovery about, that's about Neanderthal, so that's a different. One thing about this YouTube latest thing, it doesn't really stay on the topic like I think it should. Let me separate this real quick. African America have 20% European DNA. It's funny how my shit be popping up under this right now, but typically you would see more. A lot of times, because like, let's say if you do one, let's say about slave breeding, there's a lot of bullshit about this. I've done this one. You'll get a lot of these stories, all right, by the Black Culture Unlocked or Desire Unlocked or History on Fleek, right? And it almost looks
from the slaves. However, a favorite slave in the view of fellow slaves would not exactly bring an outpouring of trust.
500,000
driver
views.
were hard to imagine and no doubt a task for the most skilled. How exactly a driver managed to keep the respective fellows.
See, you'll never see a real receipt. A bunch of illustrations done in later times, and B-roll, and a man just talking over music that sounds very serious. And this is how you get fed today's propaganda. And a lot of these people will come in. You don't know about this slave breeding farm? There's plenty of proof out there. I done seen several videos about it. Do you know who you watching videos from? Shadow Stories?
What happens when a man decides his own children are nothing more than livestock, when he looks at his daughters not as human beings, but as breeding stock for an experiment in human genetics?
Now, if you just simply, listen to me. If you simply just Google slave breeding farms, you can easily, within the first 2 pages, you can find multiple studies. Here's one from Cambridge. When you click on it, there's one at the very top. Multiple times in this document, it will tell you, despite 700-page length, the American Slave Code does not include a comprehensive review on literature on slave breeding. It tells you here there's no consistency on what constitutes slave breeding at all. It says down here that that domestic slave trade was not perpetual. Let's say no one knows how many slave holders bred slaves for the market. Abolitionists accused slaveholders for breeding slaves for the sale, but they denied it. Nobody was saying that they was doing it. It says down here, one could only speculate around what the actions could be. It says slaves were not sure. A final comment concern. Let me see if I can find one that says it's like there's no proof. Of course, the lack of documentation may also indicate that relatively few slaveholders bred slaves to sell, regardless of the paucity, whatever documented cases makes it difficult to substantiate the author's claim. Consider, for an example, blah 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 blah. Right. So that's a Cambridge study. If you read the whole thing, it pretty much say all that. You can read some of these. Some of these are just going to the book. Some of these are also repeating the same thing, but you also got to look for EDU sites. So there was an EDU site, Cambridge, right? You got the Wikipedia, which is going to be the bullshit. You got the .org, .com, .edu. This is a UC Davis. I don't know if I read this one. Let me see. Southern Economic History Project Working Paper Series. So the breeding of slaves on the westward expansion, 1850. Actually, this must have just popped in here. I would like to read what they say. Effective method could earn sufficient return and justify, because people will write books about it. Because I read a book called The Slave Coast. I actually bought the damn book so I can read it. And then it didn't make any sense. So, but I'm going to take you to another study that's from, that I saw that was from Yale. So you got a Yale study. Now and this is Yale EDU. I took you to Cambridge EDU, Yale EDU. And I know this because I had read it before. Slave breeding and whatever. Despite extensive research, there are few, if any, documented cases of slaveholders breeding slaves for sale. It has been said by various anti-slavery spokespersons that many slaveholders systemically bred the slaves. They have adduced no shred of supporting evidence, however. Okay? No shred of evidence. That evidence of systemic breeding, slave breeding, is scarce. Indeed, not only because it is unlikely that many engaged in it, but also because written records of such activities would seldom keep it. But if the term is not used with unreasonable literalness, if it means more than owner come whatever, stamp out the suggestion slave breeders do not record whatever, and it just keeps going. You know what I'm saying? Like like at one point, higher child-woman ratios may indicate higher fertility rates, if not deliberate slave breedings. Well, I was trying to find the one, but I have one, and I might have to do like a whole video on this, or I would like to do a documentary about it, to be honest. But something to combat this shit. But it talks about how many slaveholders would not do slave breeding because you would have all these women pregnant. And when you have these women on a perpetual state of pregnancy, they can't do as much work. And if they can't do as much work, you're not getting your money out of them as a slave on the fields. right? Or whatever you have them doing. You know what I'm saying? So none of it. And then on top of that, if they breed all of those kids, how long do you have to support those kids off your resources from your own plantation before you have to finally be able to sell them? When are they profitable to even sell them? You're not selling infants in this bitch, right? You're not selling 5-year-olds. Let's just say they gotta wait until they're 8-year-olds. That means you gotta support 8 years of multiple children's lives off of the plantation's food or whatever, however you feeding these slaves and however they getting food after they get off the titty milk, right? And you got to try to make that work. But none of that is thought about purposely because they put out this propaganda. 1.4 million views on this one. The disturbing truth about breeding farms. And you got 3. How could you not believe it? You got 3 black women dressed as slaves looking at you like they sad, and 2 of them look pregnant. They showing the white baby in the stomach and shit. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Hey, boy, these people don't make no sense, dude. Oh, there go my papers. I was looking for my papers earlier. You look, y'all, these people don't make no sense. The amount of propaganda when you can easily, and we're gonna get back on these Spaniards heads, Spanish people's heads in a second. But when you can easily find a Yale University study and a Cambridge University study and other studies showing it. Now you have books like, I think I still got it. I'll show you. I think it's in my Kindle. Did I buy that bitch? No, I did buy this bullshit. Oh boy, that's one of the most dumbest bullshit books you can buy. And this bullshit ass book too about the Gullahs. I'm gonna say Gullahs because they some damn Gullahs that wrote that damn book. But I guess I didn't. I guess I may have found the books, The Slave Coast. I must have just found the book. I probably. Let me see if I saved it real quick. I wish there was a way to search through my can I search through my bookmarks? They need to do something about that. I should be able to search through my bookmarks. Yeah, they need to do something about that. But I'll just pull out The Slave Coast. And I'm gonna show y'all, and that's gonna be a cool little lesson to show you too. I might have a screenshot of the book. I should have screenshots of certain passages because I did a video on it. But so this was the book, The American Slave Coast. Okay, recent book. I think I found it free somewhere online. But somebody had mentioned it and it was like, don't you understand? They got documented proof of the slave breeding that's going on. It's talking about the slave breeding industry. So I was like, I got it. And look, they got 371 people that done rated it. So that's at least 371 sales. They probably done sold thousands of that book. So let's see. Let me see if I can find an excerpt from it. Slave breeding. Slave Coast. The Slave Coast. Damn, I'm gonna have to remember something in it to find it. I'm trying to remember what am I. Let me see. Well, no, it might be here. Hold on. Cause I want to show where right here. Let me find this in my photos to see the other ones next to it. Showing photos. Okay. All right. The Chesapeake Low Country. Okay. And you got another excerpt here. And you got another excerpt here. So we got 4 pages of excerpts. So let's see which one is more. And let's go through just some of these pages. Because obviously I took a screenshot for a reason. Now, let's just start off with the title. on the first chapter, the mother of slavery. Okay, now come on with it. Come with the dramatic. You know what I mean? The dramatic propaganda. Okay. Hold on. Let me gather my greenage so I can rolleth another, right? And if you have one too, roll you another. But it says here, okay, Virginia was the mother of slavery, wrote Lewis Hughes. It wasn't just a figure of speech. During the 53 years from the prohibition of the African slave trade by the federal law in 1808 to the debacle of the Confederate States of America in 1861. So basically, that's the amount of time. It says the Southern economy depended on functioning and slave breeding industry. So they're trying to say that it didn't even start until 1808. So you also got to think about it, because what people tried to say, and really, I don't believe anything this nigga says anyways, but he made the claim, so I'm going to go with it. He's saying, hey, after 1808, we had to start breeding slaves because apparently, we couldn't get no more slaves from Africa. Well, you're kind of telling me that you wasn't doing it before. And people used to tell me that the population growth that happened prior to 1808 was because of slave breeding farms. I was like, well, it said only 300,000 importations came in, and we know less than that, 90,000 and less than that likely came now. But they would say that 300,000 came, and then when I showed the 1790 census, and it shows that 700,000 people were here by 1790, which means, and actually I'm gonna show y'all that real quick. Just had to get this rolled up because it just take me a second to pull that page up. Actually, you know what? I don't want to lose this spot. Actually, I might already have it right next to it. Let me see, because I saw it sitting right here. Let me see if I got a screenshot of that, the one I'm looking for in particular, though. I don't want to lose my spot. Fuck that. I will stay here. But basically, on this census in 1790, at the bottom, it shows almost 700,000 slaves, black people, basically. Plus, you have free people. So we had almost you could probably say 800,000 at least counted in the colonies alone. That's before they went west and started counting Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and everything else later. But during that time, we had at least almost 800,000 people or so in 1790. But if the importations of Indian Africans were still supposedly able to come into 1810. And so that means some of the ones that show, some of the importations out of that 333,000 they show in this same document, that means some of them hadn't even made it here yet, according to them, right? And that means how do you make up that almost 800,000 number with only, like, let's say 250,000 imports coming from Africa, according to them? And all of those wasn't coming from Africa, according to them. They said some of them came from the British West Indies. But either way, let's just go with those numbers. Said, are you having a panel tonight? I didn't even notice anybody was trying to come up. I might hear in a little bit. I gotta or toward the end, I probably would do it up, because I gotta connect my I got my broke phone up, and so I can't hear out of this phone. So I gotta connect my speaker and my mic, which is somewhere behind me. But I'll get y'all up here once I go through this little rest for sure. Which will probably happen here pretty soon because my voice is getting tired. And then y'all can do some talking. And we can go back and forth on some things, man. But yeah, so they can't account. I didn't even see y'all down there. That's my bad. Y'all know I be kicking out the game. He said, what you speaking on is what we researching on the Louisiana Purchase. Oh, I want to know what you got for that Louisiana Purchase. It said they lied about slave breeding to justify the growing number, but number grew because they moved west. Exactly. Oh, that's Auntie Yaya. Yeah. I was like, who's that? That's Yaya. So they can't explain those numbers, and they still can't explain it. And they try to use, like they said, they tried to use slavery. And they was like, well, as soon as they got here, they started breeding and working and breeding. Okay, if y'all don't get out of here, man. And then you got things where they say they had low life expectancies and all this other stuff. So let me go back to the photo. But it says, hey, during that 1850s, it says slave breeding when Hughes, born in 1832, marking this sharply. My father was a white tea man and my mother a negress, Hughes wrote. So that's not much on this one. So let's go to the other excerpt. Because there's one thing I want to get to. Because we're going to go back to the what you call it. Let's say they say Sapelo Sound, 1526, Juan Ponce de Leon, 1513. It was probably somewhere near Sapelo Sound that the conquistador Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon established a colony in 1526, bringing some 600 people from Santo Domingo in 6 vessels, including an unnumber of Africans. So it shows here that they're saying, and I don't know, I still don't believe this dude. I don't remember Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon saying that. I would need to go look further into Lucas Vasquez. I read part of his book, but I didn't read his whole thing. I read like certain passages. I do need to go through his whole book because I'm really wondering where these people are getting these numbers. But whose precise point of origin is unknown, and or perhaps 100 horses or whatever. It says it might be an undertaking. Whatever. Okay, so let's go to the next one. In the wilderness, Aliana disease, the Africans rebelled, burning down the colonial prison, and 150 or so surviving Spanish colonists made their way back to the island of La Hispaniola. The Africans appear to have left behind to live or die among the Wale Indians. Notice that. Beginning Florida's tradition of marriage, a state of outlaw freedom for a self-emancipated slave, the ultimate face. So this wasn't what I wanted to get to either. Notice the Wale though. Okay. I think this is it. There were 1.191 million slaves in the United States according to the 1810 census, okay? They said an increase of 33%. So they're saying, hey, 1810 census, there was an increase of 33% of slaves. So let's go back. And it says, my bad. In 1810, so 1810 census increased over 1800. Let me look at that real quick. Over 1800. So between here and here, what differences do we have? So we got some people increased there, but that's a gradual increase. 392,000 in Virginia, because they said Virginia, right? It just went to 425,000. That ain't no slave breeding, nigga. That's normal growth from 392,000 people. Let's look at South Carolina, 196 to 258. That's normal growth. In fact, they had to expand further down west and further down into South Carolina from Georgia and all that. Maybe not. Maybe not. I believe they might have, but that's still normal growth. 168 in South Carolina to 205. About 40,000 people each time. 30,000, 30 to 40,000 in the high numbered states high populated states. 111 to 107 in Maryland, Kentucky 80,000 to 126, Georgia 105 to 149. So yeah, there's an increase, but that ain't no slave breeding. But let's see what else they got to say about it. Right? They say, okay, it seems reasonable to assume that fewer than 100,000 were African born, with most of those in low country. The next 5 decades would each show a growth of the enslaved population of never less than 24%, a tremendous level of growth for a population not being supplemented by imports and routinely devastated by high child mortality. But never again would the 1800 to 1810 rate of growth in the slave population be reached, combining as it did massive importations in combination with the reproduction of domestic population, slave breeding. It says during the decade of the population of the southwestern corner of Mississippi quadrupled. So they saying, hey, during that decade, the population of the southwestern corner of Mississippi quadrupled. Most of the new nation frontiers pushed westward, but expansion of the plantations in the Mississippi unrolled in a northeasterly direction. Natchez in the southwest of the territory was at the edge of the vast uncleared land. The nearest Anglo-American towns to the east were hundreds of miles away, nor did it get into the Natchez, blah, 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 blah. Remember. But basically what they're trying to say, hey, during that decade, the population of southwestern Mississippi, boom. Now, I don't know which decade they talking about, but let's see if they can't be talking about the 1810 decade. And I say that because in 1810, I don't think Mississippi was counted. Okay, no, it was. It was counted in 1810. It was counted again here, and it was counted again here. You know when you have the biggest increase? Right here. 65 to 195. Now, that's an unexplainable increase. I can explain it. But that would be what they would try to say, hey, that must have been slave breeding. The same thing happened up here in Alabama, as some of y'all have seen this. You go from 117 to 253. That's not just 40,000 people. And that's not people coming from the north to the south. They have this bullshit ass thing talking about some people from the south. You said you can explain it. I'm gonna have to let y'all up here after this, so y'all can go in. The 1830 census of the Dancing Rabbit Treaty. The 1830 census is what I'm speculating, and let me pull that up for those who haven't seen it. Let me see if I had it right here. I might even have it already right here. I want to see right here. So, Indian Territory Treaties of the 1830 is the removal. What happened during the removal? Well, here's the Indian Treaty directly from the Choctaw Nation website. And we're going to go to Article 14, which I had saved. That's when I did the video on this. And it says, hey, each Choctaw head of family being desirous, let me move that out, being desirous to remain and become a citizen of the states shall be permitted to do so by signifying his intention to the agent within 6 months from the ratification of the treaty. So what does this mean? If you were a Choctaw Indian, black leadership person in that area, or whatever, yeah, you were just a black leadership person in that area, when some people got removed and went to Oklahoma, like some of my folks, if your people decided to stay there and stay on their land, they became citizens of the United States. Well, now that they are citizens of the United States, you can now count them in the census, right? You can now count them in the census as you may not have done before. You may have moved into the area, counted partial of them, and maybe these were the Indians that were trying to play along with the game, the black folks. But when the removal happened and all the people stayed there, you had to count them. And here's some people to count because you can't. Then the next thing real quick, and I'll say this last thing and I'm going to let y'all up. She said exactly. Oh, she might be talking about what CR saying. He said, if you didn't leave, you got reclassified. Yeah, okay, yeah. Bro is on point with the research. Appreciate that, Feather Brain. I read that treaty too, yep. And the only treaties I've read so far is that one, and I need to read the other ones. And I only read that one because my family is Choctaw too. Yeah, because how do you explain such drastic population? Exactly. Now, what they would try to say, this is the next thing they would try to say. Let me get this book. Oh, the book is sitting right next to me. The next thing they would try to say is, well, the Indians owned you. You say you read multiple treaties. I need to. As the Spanish lost their territories, you are people bowed that was there. As the Spanish lost their territories, our people bowed that was there. I'm trying to understand it, y'all. I think it's a little typo there, but I can decipher it. But I think I kind of know what you're saying. As the Spanish lost their territories, our people were still there. Yeah, and the Spanish wasn't even there much. So if y'all are just getting here too, if you know y'all just might be gotten in here. One thing my live stream started off with was where did the Spaniards go? And the reason why it started off that way is because I pulled up the 1880, 1890, and 1900 census forms. And on these census forms, you have areas for YT folks, you have areas for Negroes, you have areas for Chinese, Japanese, and Indians, but you have 0 areas to count a Spanish person. And in looking further into this, you don't get a Spanish. Oh shit! Hold on, y'all. I gotta. My bad, boss. I'm about to send the invoice right now. Give me just a second. I gotta send this from a geek. I was supposed to do that way earlier, but I can kind of talk while I do this. Stephanie, let's see. But so basically, what was I saying? Oh yeah, you don't get a person doing the census or Mexicans counted on the census until 1930. So then you have to ask, what did a numerator do when they went to the house and saw a Mexican looking person? What did they count that person as? Did they count them at all? Were those the people they were given time to cosplay as Indians for a while and counting them on Indian census rolls? It could be a combination. They damn sure didn't leave. We know they didn't leave. My bad. Balance, detail, balance. We know they didn't leave. I'm almost done. Okay, boss, it's sent, period. Let me send this to this person one more time too. Okay, so yeah, that's where I started off was you said Spain had the whole West Coast. Not necessarily. Mexicans were not here at all. Like, I wouldn't say they had the whole West Coast. It's kind of like what Yaya said. I would say somewhere here, well, not Mexicans, Spaniards, but definitely, I don't know when the Mexicans got here, which, I would say similar thing, but not necessarily. Your Spaniards were showing up from the coast and going to places like Florida and the Carolina and the Caribbeans and stuff like that. But we know that some Spanish looking folks was here. This was Caesar Bruner's wife from the 1700s, and you got a black man marrying Elizabeth Manuel, who looked like that, right? And Caesar, Monday Dindy Bruner looked like that, and their grandson. I don't know why it goes back to this every time. Oh yeah, because it's taking me to damn Facebook. But their son was a freedman, band leader of the Seminoles, and he looks like that. They forced him on the roads as a freedman. You're talking about on the West Coast, yeah. And see, and that's what I was showing them earlier. I was saying like, you have this map of New Spain, and we all know that Mexicans and Spaniards were not all throughout there. They weren't all throughout the Spanish Louisiana like that. You ain't really seeing them. You nowadays you'll see some Mexicans up there in the rural fields pit. Up in because these YT folks don't let them come up in here in the last 100 years or so. But there was no Spaniards up there. I think they just mapped the area out and claimed it on the map type shit. But they were heavy in Florida. I don't want to say heavy, but they were there a lot in Florida, which is why a lot of your Seminoles are over here. Who was really over here on the West Coast? Actually, according to the census records, hold up, where is it at? California, there it is. 72,000 of the 107,000 Chinese was over there in California. That's why you see Chinese looking people cosplaying as Indians on the West, and you see Spanish looking people cosplaying Indians in the Southeast. You notice that? Watch. We already looked at what the Seminole Indians look like, right? Seminole Indian people. So we already see that these people look like a bunch of bullshit ass Spaniards, right? Or, Spanish. They really look more like Spaniards than they do Mexicans to me, right? In my opinion. Some of them creep onto she creeps into the realm of possibly a Mexican, but these people look more Spaniard to me. More and what is a Mexican? A mixed ass motherfucker, basically a mixed up random mutt. Okay, basically, and I won't even say that she's mixed with one of us. Just because that skin is that color doesn't mean that she mixed with one of these Seminoles back here. Doesn't mean that. Her Spanish people could have mixed with European Moors that they brought over on the ships. I have books talking about that and other things. So when you think about it, there are copper colored looking people who are still not us, that are a mixture of people who are not us, that will be able to cosplay like they us if given a chance. But many of them turn out looking like this instead of looking like our mixes sometimes, in my opinion. I'd have to see them, but in many cases, in many cases, that is kind of the case. That is kind of the case. Now, I have seen a black dude get with a Filipino chick. I wish I had the photo up now, and they kid come out looking like this too, and he was one of us, and that was in modern time. It was like this girl I dated. I didn't want to say I'd really dated. I met her a couple times, but she was Mexican, but she was Asian. Basically, she was Chinese. Like, now that I know everything, back then I was looking at her like, come on now, but I didn't say shit. And then she showed me a picture of her son, and she was with a black dude. So I was like, okay. And I looked at her son. Her son looked like one of these. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, damn, that's how y'all be creating them, man. Boy, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, so these are your Seminoles. These are your people cosplaying down on it. So let's look at some West Coast Indians. We'll do the Miwok Indians, the Miwok tribe. Now, they got the bullshit ass ones, but these will be some of your Miwok people. Let me go down. Where is it at? Come on now. You just showed me the photograph. Let me go back. Here's some of your Miwok Indians today. Now, mind you, let me show you. Louis Corus, the French voyager, he took a voyage with one of the voyagers. He drew them, and mind you, for those who haven't seen this, he drew the people to look like this. Let me pull up the whole thing. That's the white version. Indians, the inhabitants of California. Now, he drew them to look like this, right? But today they look like that. Now, how did that happen? That was 1822. Since you got Auntie Yaya in here, and you pull up these fakes. The chef dude in the video you showed us earlier. I must have missed it. The Athabascans were on the west coming down. Really it was these Chinese, but they wasn't there until later. Like when she's saying like they wasn't even there until late. Like this was in 1822. Louis Corus was still drawing these folks in 1822. So yeah, these Chinese, funny we have record of all of these Chinese showing up over there. 72,000 out of it. What's this 96,000 number? Oh, the Western Division. Okay. So total in the Western Division. So total amount of Chinese on the West right there was about 96,000. So I mean, it's funny. Most of the tribes that we pull up there on the west are gonna look like some Asians. She said, "Man, them Chan come lately. They had to come pretty damn late because that's 1890 or 1880 is when they count them, and this is 18 and Lewis Chorus was 1820, 22. So I mean, you really got to think that's only a 70-year span that a Voyager got there, saw nothing but black folks, but then somebody gets there by 1890 and see Chinese. No, you just counted those Chinese that had been coming over. That's what you did. Yeah, y'all just counted them as the Indians. Look, they went to the South. They said, we need a buffer group. Spanish people, you got it. East, West Coast folks, Asians, y'all here, you got it. White folks up there in the North, you got it. Because what's funny, a lot of your tribes in the North, which would be probably like a let's say, Seneca tribe, but a lot of black people may have taken that back. Seneca Indian tribe. Let's see. Let's see if we can. Okay, let's see if we can put people and see if we can see what they look like. What they show under the people, if they show anything much. So, somewhat some Spaniards, somewhat some right there. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! What do they look like? Straight Europeans and Russians, okay? Up there in the north, Seneca Nation. Let me hear what you. I'm about to let y'all. Wait, hold on. Let me before I let y'all. Let me grab my little setup. Oh, I was sitting the wrong way. Hold up. It's a whole process. I got a speaker. I got a live mic that I hook into an adapter that goes into the with an aux cord with a damn something that's going on. Hold up, I almost got it. Hold up. I might start going live with my regular phone. My phone camera ain't tripping as bad as it was, but I do need to get that damn phone camera fixed. I busted it. Busted the what you call it. Okay, almost. What up, Casey Macon? Salute to the real teachers. Sitting the wrong way, or you reach that age. Not both. Both. I was sitting like with my feet up under me, with my knees bent, like I'm not crisscross, but not the way you're supposed to be sitting for 30, 40, 50 minutes. That's for damn sure. Okay, hold on. Okay, got that. All right, I'm about to pull y'all up here. And while y'all are up here, I'm gonna go ahead and can y'all hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Somewhere here, y'all. Why is this so low? Hold on. All right, I can hear. I should be able to hear y'all, but y'all can go ahead and I'm gonna pull some here up for the background while y'all tell me what y'all got for the topic.
You can go first, CR.
You already know ladies first. You got the floor because I still got to clip up some stuff.
Hey, I'm out power walking. I'm not going to pick up nothing. I'm just going to go to my mama's. So let me give you just a little back for the people and
I can't really hear you there, Yaya. Can you hear me?
Let me fix this. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's muffled, but I can hear you.
Nope. Okay, hold on.
What's up, Crew Rod?
Wait, hold on. Can you hear me better now? No.
CR, can you hear her like I'm hearing her, or do you hear her better?
Definitely does sound distant.
I'm gonna let you call first. I'm gonna go quick.
Okay, I think she said she gonna let you talk first, and she gonna go. Let me expand you.
Yeah, so boom. I'm talking to ChatGPT, right, about the Louisiana Purchase. This is around 1803 to 1808. You was just talking about that same time period, but dealing with Mississippi, right? So when I was speaking on how many people that was actually being identified as African, and you can see right here ChatGPT, even though I know I need to resize it some more so y'all can actually see it, but it was when I asked it how many people that was actually classified as African compared to the indigenous people there, it said according to in the year 1803, the number was smaller than 1,000 people, and that's of African descent, whether it was verified or on some kind of form of census paper. Now, when I got to diving in a little deeper into this situation, because we also know if somebody purchases your bond, shout out to you for waking that up in your previous live when you was talking about how somebody who becomes who gets arrested and in prison, if they can't afford to pay their bond, somebody could purchase it.
Oh yeah.
I got to asking specifics, so I was like, when did it become when it so I was like, so when was a person able to change your identity via holding your bond, or when was it legally changed to where a person who owns you, you know, or own your contract could reclassify you? You did, and like certain things got to popping out on Chat GPT when I got to asking very specific questions. You did on how many people were actually here and what certain classifications came with it. You know what I'm saying? Just like I was asking like how many people were actually identifying or self-identifying as African, and you won't see that on paperwork nowhere. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm showing this to those that's in here, I hope y'all are getting y'all screenshots, because this is all based off of what was going on in the territory of Louisiana during the time of the Louisiana Purchase, 1803. This is the time frame. You see it right there. But they're saying the transatlantic slave trade has already happened, and it even gave me a number of how many people that it was alleging to being here that was classified of African descent, mind you. I'm gonna show that to y'all as well. But when I got to asking, you know what I'm saying, how many people was actually being classified at this time frame, it went from 28,000 to less than 1,000. Y'all seen it just now. You know what I'm saying? And I know I should have showed this in specific order, but it was saying it was around 8,000 free people of color, which they were saying includes the Louisiana Creoles, the Native Americans, and you know what I'm saying, those who they would consider free people of color, that they're claiming air quote of African descent, mind you. But none of those people who they're claiming to be of African descent are classifying or identifying as this. That was only based off of whoever was the bondholder of that person said bond, or their how they chose to classify them via them owning their contract. And you, like I said, you brought that up too. So when I got to really doing a deeper dive into some of these things via, and I don't even have all of the right all of the things that I needed to clip, but I wanted to also show y'all this as well, because like I said, I was trying to let Auntie speak so I could actually go and clip up some more of the things. But this right here was one of the breakdowns, and y'all see that fourth point. And this is one of the things that I keep speaking to when it comes to what happened in Louisiana to these Native Americans who try and claim that we aren't the indigenous people of those lands in the Southeast region. But when you see it right now, it gives you a breakdown, and it's saying in contemporary terms, it makes your heritage, which I'm it's speaking on mine. You know what I'm saying? Because it's going off of my genealogy in the Louisiana Purchase, tracing my family back to this area. And it's saying based off of that, you know what I'm saying, the heritage of Native Americans by origin, Creoles by culture, and reclassified as black by law and census policies, all part of the same historic reality. So they need to understand that what we're telling them, as far as what we're seeing through our genealogy of our people throughout the Southeastern, because this is just my neck of the woods, or any region that's east of the Mississippi, or hell, west of the Mississippi. If your peoples was here, let me just put it that way, because we know we finding our folks all over the place. But for those that are finding their people through this time periods of history, this is the understanding that y'all need to have, that when they didn't move, they became reclassified. They became citizens of the state. Like you was just illustrating to when you were speaking on how via these census records, even during with these religious records, the service records, meaning when they went to the military, you dig, even with land patents, you know what I'm saying, their identity was being changed via those treaties and other laws that was implemented on them. So if they didn't leave, they became citizens. If they came to Oklahoma and got screwed over via those Indian rolls, those blood rolls, or what have you, that you're finding your people on, that's supposed to still tie them to these tribes, though they still got the short end of the stick because they was denied, or they was granted their land and they used dirty tactics to take that land back from them. And I have recordings of that as well from several people, including professors at OU right now, whose third great grandmother was considered Negro on paperwork, but she came here on the Trail of Tears and ended up marrying, I believe he was a YT dude, but he was a ferry driver going across the river going into Texas. And she had family out there, and she was going to visit the family after getting her land allotments. But it left her on that side purposely. He wouldn't even let her on this boat to bring her back across so she could come back to her land, because of them putting time frames and restrictions on us. If we was to leave for so many days or weeks, they would consider the land abandoned. So boom, Buddy left her over there, took her land, and by him being her husband, he was within his means of being able to claim what was hers, because at that time period, if you was married to somebody, especially if you was a woman, you was basically contractually enslaved to your husband, because you became his property, your kids became his property. He could do whatever, how he see fit, whatever you owned, what that was your inheritance. And they did it via the church, via these marriage certificates. So if you're finding some of these situations where your folks is married to one of them, or you know what I'm saying, we seeing one of these half breeds that's up from one of them, you know what I'm saying, that married your particular grandmother, do a little deeper dive into that, because there may be some kind of motive to why that person from a foreign is marrying your indigenous mother, because we know the bloodline is traced from belly button to belly button. Shout out to Auntie. And I'm about to land my plane. I wanted to show y'all one more slide. I don't think I got them all off, but I just wanted to make sure that there was an understanding of what was going on in Louisiana when it came to a majority of the free people that was there. We wasn't being called African. Y'all just seen that it was saying that it was less than 10,000, the number right there. So how we mixed with all of this big African, and I even have more proof of saying that it was probably a little over 2,000 of them in the territory that goes all the way up to Canada. When it comes to the territory of Louisiana, of how many of these people were actually there, how many were being documented and classified as African, and everybody else who you seeing being reclassified as black, colored, Negro, mulatto on your paperwork. So when these people want to keep trying to say our culture comes from over there, there's not enough of y'all to even prove it. So I hope this this resonates with people who need to dive more into this, because I actually want to do a live on the rest of this information that I've been saying, because it's a whole lot more, brother, that I haven't even shown y'all. I just shown y'all maybe 7 8 little screenshots that I got a whole fucking thread of this shit, and I wanted to go ahead and start, you know what I'm saying, letting it be known, because compared to the numbers that you're showing and with the actual breakdown that it's saying was actually there in 1803, the math ain't mathing. So who is the real Africans? Why are they being classified this? And how did this narrative become the majority of our history, but it conflicts our genealogy? And I land.
Man, that's real talk. I'm gonna let Yaya say come in and give her game. But like, yeah, like I was there was a part I was just thinking about from what you said. Um, I kind of lost it. Let me think. But basically, like, the people that was there. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, all
It's
those people
Article
there.
3 of the Louisiana Purchase right here.
Yeah,
You just
yeah,
read the Dancing Rabbit Creek one, right? And this is the same narrative right here. Reclassification.
yeah, exactly. So and so I was gonna show earlier, and I didn't show the book where it showed that the Chickasaws, just the Chickasaws, but and they said that they didn't start getting African slaves in, apparently, which I don't believe it, till 1750, and they said even by 1750 to 1800 they only had about 1,000 slaves. So I was like, okay, if you only had 1,000 people, we're showing lots and lots, hundreds of thousands of niggas down there in the South. So I mean, they wasn't all slaves of y'all, because y'all only claiming about 1,000 or so. But go ahead, Yaya.
Hey, thank you for rolling me a mic. Hey, CR. Hey, Samuel. Um, I'm just going to give a little quick background a little bit. So, because I know a lot of people in here probably don't know where I am, and so they can totally hear the perspective I'm coming from. Um, 3 of my 4 grandparents are from the South. So some of them have Southwood Indian roots. But my mother's mother's side is from California. So these are my people in California. And so I have a big part of my research that exclusively went into California, the Spanish territory, Mexican government, Spanish government, because that's where my mother's people come from. Her father's people, my grandmother's father is from Arkansas, but my grandmother's roots are in California. So these are my people I'm talking about. When we talk about Spanish and their rule on the West Coast, they never occupied the land like they did not in the South. They put their flag in the ground and they left to go fight their WARs in Central South America and in the Caribbean. They were defeated here in California. They kept getting massacred. I know I can't say that word. Put an M on the front of massacred. They were getting their ASSs handed to them here in California. They erected a couple of missions hanging off the coast of California, but they were never, ever, ever able to penetrate the interior of California. And yes, those are my people right there. That is the San Francisco Bay Area, Samuel, that you're showing right now. My mother's people, they are Ohlone Indians. They are from the San Francisco Bay Area. They are responsible for erecting the shell mound that was found in Emeryville, California, that is now a strip mall. Those are her people. And those were, as y'all would call them, Negroes, black people. Okay? And the reason why, not even Texas, Spain did not occupy Texas, Nevada, Arizona, all of those Spanish territories, they never occupied. And when the Mexicans succeeded them in war, They never occupied those lands either, because the Spanish were constantly fighting the Mexicans, trying to get those territories back. Our people were living in all these territories, unbeknownst to them, that a war of pen and paper were going on. That's what was happening in these territories, is that these colonial powers were fighting with pen and paper, but they were not showing up in human form trying to occupy these lands. My people were free, living their best lives in these areas. When Spain lost the war with Mexico and Mexico acquired these Spanish territories, Mexicans never came up here to live in these territories. That's why you're not finding them on the census, because they weren't here. There was, I don't know if KJ is in the audience, but I love that he gave me the piece of information about the Spanish Colonial Act of 1852 and 54, where Spain was begging the Anglos of the American colonies to come and live in the territory of Texas and Arizona. Why? Because they weren't there, and they wanted hot bodies to come live in that territory with the agreement that they would convert to Catholicism and say that they were Spaniards. Why? Because the Spanish were not living in those territories, and they could not fight those WARs with those indigenous people, which are some of my other people who are Negro Black people called the Kickapoo, who fought in the Great Alamo and fought in that territory and kicked them back and wasn't allowing them to penetrate inside of Texas. The only reason why those Chinese people are on the census that you're reading about in the late 1800s, Samuel, is because when America, hold on real quick. When America bought Mexican territories from Mexico, which would have been California, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico. I don't know if Texas was included in that. I think Texas did their own.
Included.
Were they, CR?
Texas wasn't included in the Southwest.
No, they weren't included. Texas did their own thing and came into the Union independently by themselves. But the reason why then you have Chinese showing up is because the Spanish had what we don't talk about in American history, which was the Pacific slave trade. There was, quote unquote, the transatlantic slave trade, and then there was the Pacific slave trade. And the Pacific slave trade was when the Spanish had enslaved people from China, Japan, all throughout Southeast Asia. They brought them into what you're calling Mexico and other Spanish territories, even in some of the islands like the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. They brought them there and they named them Chinos. So they went from being Spanish people and the Philippines, yes. And many, that's why I said Southeast Asia. And they named them the Chinos. And that Pacific slave trade went all the way through the late 1600s. Once they freed those people from slavery, they renamed those people Indians. They just literally changed their classification from Chinos, which was a hodgepodge mixture of Chinese, Filipino, Japanese, and Southeast Asian. So that would be your Taiwanese, your Koreans, your Vietnamese. They changed their names to Chinos, and then after Chinos, they changed them to be Indians. When California was purchased by the English colonies, right? The colonial people now calling themselves Americans, when they purchased it, they also allowed those people to come into the territory and call those people Indians. The same thing they did in the South when they brought those people from, they bought them, the Bank of England purchased the slaves from the Russian Tsar, brought them in through Galveston, Texas, and started calling them Native Americans and sent them to Indian schools, is the same thing that the English did when they succeeded and got California. They allowed the Chinese to come into the area, and those Chinese people were no longer Chinese, they were Indians. Then America started influxing people from China to come in and work. Why? Because they did not want to pay blacks a wage labor, because emancipation had happened and they were now free. And that's the reason why the last 700 miles of the Pacific Railroad was built by the Chinese, because they did not want to pay black enslaved people, indigenous people, a wage labor. And then they gave the Chinese this false narrative that they built the railroad. They only built the last 700 miles. So I don't want these census records to confuse people that Chinese were living in these areas, and they were brought in. They were not there prior. They were not there prior to the English buying those territories from Mexico. And when Mexicans tell you things like California used to be our home and we got kicked out, they are lying. They were beaten down. They were literally destroyed from their wars with Spain, and they were in a constant, no one talks about the constant war that Mexico was in with Spain, because Spain didn't just lose the war and leave. They were constantly trying to get their territory back. So the Mexicans who were beaten down were constantly in war with Spain. And Spain was importing their other warriors. Mexicans never had the luxury to now expand themselves and come up into Indian territory, real American Indian territory, and fight us. They were never here. And that's why they had the Colonization Act of 1852 and 1854, where they were begging Anglos to come down to the area, occupy the area, lie and say that they were Spaniard Catholics, so that they could actually have people on the land, because they were not on the land. Thank you for rolling me the mic. Oh, another thing. There was no such thing as slave breeding. Slave breeding never happened. If so, this is how I'm going to push it forward. If so, your FamilySearch.com, all of where you're able to get your lineage from, all these new companies that have erected in the last 10 years that are now multi-billion-dollar companies, they have no area within any of their research where you can trace and find any of your family members who were bred. There are actually no plantations where slave breeding happened. It never, never, never happened. And out of all the people that I've been able to talk to over all these social media platforms, no one has gotten lost in tracing their lineage because they got stuck at a plantation that was breeding people. That just does not happen. It just does not happen. There was not a lot of graping of white men to black women on these plantations producing children. Was there a lot of graping? I don't know. I don't have it in my lineage. They say it happened. It could have happened, but it's not producing children. Why? Because the RH shot that would allow interbreeding between blacks and whites, because of you're either RH negative or RH positive. They did not create the shot into the 1960s, which is ironically the same time that they approved interracial marriages. Why? Because if you are RH negative, like most Europeans are, and they have a baby with someone who is RH positive, which is what most black indigenous people are, your immune system would attack the baby's immune system and the baby would be unalive in utero. All right. Thank you so much, Samuel, for rolling me a mic. I appreciate it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I'm gonna let LT go here in a second, then we'll get Lola here. But like everything you just said was so on point, and it brought to light one new thing to me, which is just thinking about how the Indians in the area of let me see of New Spain that we were just looking at were really just like you say living their life because the same thing in Indian territories in Louisiana, Alabama, Chateau area, and all that until that Louisiana Purchase kind of came over there. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there was some wars, little small things here going on between the French and stuff and other stuff, but like for the most part, they were living their life until the slavery thing didn't come into play until the English and them started to kind of pull in there afterwards. And when you were talking about like the voyages coming from them bringing over people from Asia, you're 100% right. Like this is a museum in Spain, and I had went to it and I started to do the not the 360, what do you call it, the virtual tour, and there was this whole wall. This whole wall was painted with a map, and so I looked up, and what you'll notice is you see a few little lines coming from over there to Spain. I got another one that'll show the ones that came from Spain that way, but the ones coming from Asia, from the Philippines, where they were bringing all of those people from, there's way more lines coming up over there, and that's what kind of threw me for a loop. I was like, wait a minute, man, y'all got way more voyages coming over here, hitting those same areas, right? Where they calling them people Chinos eventually, and then calling them Indians, from Chinos to Indians, and then you just have those few that's coming over here to there. So like, now, yeah, 100% I can believe that. And like, I didn't even think much about that. I didn't even think about the whole thing about Mexicans being different from the Spaniards that was coming over, which, of course, that is a difference. And then the things in the whole Alamo War and there's a lot of these things I still need to dive deep into. But I'm gonna shut up and let LT go ahead and say what he got to say.
Peace, man. Peace. I just
As the
want to.
truth is dealing with that, brother.
Say that one more time.
I was saying I was reading the treaties dealing with the six reigns of Texas. Like we could dive into it whenever you ready.
Oh, okay, yeah. We're gonna throw that up. We could get you up there. I'm gonna let LT see if he got some stuff to add to it, and then we'll roll you back up here too.
Yeah, I just want to say I want to show something. Let me turn my camera on. Hold up. So yeah, you guys probably seen this already, but there's a major misconception about the tribes in the north, and I want to speak about this today because there's a lot of history dealing with these people. So this is just a source. You've probably seen this already, but from the government of Canada, the archives, and these are what you call the Chippewa Indians, right? So they're they're labeled as Mississippi tribes, but as you can see, there's the different types. You do have the Mongoloid type, and you also have clearly a Negro. So if you read about these tribes, it basically says this painting is about the Ojibwe Chippewa nations, the peoples. It's in the National Gallery, blah blah blah. I wanted to show this to kind of explain that these were also people who were captured during the wars in the north. So if you know anything about the northern tribes, and I just want to show you where these tribes would be from. So these guys are way from the north, right? These guys are in the Canadian region. But if you know anything about the Algonquin tribes and the tribes in this general area that were warring and enslaving these people, right, as well as the French and the English, and transporting them to the Caribbean and other English and French territories. So there's a lot of history that deals with this, and there's a couple of books you can get on it. There's one book that I have, right? Just tell you like the basics on basically these people and how they were enslaving them and whatnot. But I just want to show that there's obviously clearly the Negro type, and there's another picture that's also in that National Archives. So you could clearly see they have the different types, right? Clearly the Negro type. And they also have the Mongoloid type. But this is way in the north, right? So I just want to show the territory again. And like we really got to do some more research on the tribes in the north and the Algonquin because they're not all Mongoloid. Most people just think these are Mongoloid type. That's not the case, right? So, but that's all. That's all I want to show today.
Yeah, that's what's up. I have those pictures too, and I'm I have descriptions of Indians in different books, and some talk about there being mulattoes with straight hair and white features, as well as there being black people or people that who air like look like mulattoes. Not that they were mulattoes, like their skin tone type mulatto. And then they said that some people were black with woolly hair, with around the same kind of skin complexion, but just a little bit different. And so, like when I looked at that picture, I didn't really take those people in those green outfits to be the Mongoloids. I figured they were might possibly the people who were who they were saying that was the what you call it look like mulattoes. But you bring up a good point. It could possibly be them because one thing I thought about was the way they dressed was different from the rest the black Indians the way that they drew it, and I was wondering like why the way they draw them like wearing robes or something.
Yeah, for sure. And just to add this one more thing, they said this is a deputation of chiefs, so, right? So if you go back to this from the University of Toronto, it speaks about it and it talks about it says the two Ottawa chiefs who with others lately came down from I can't say that name right there, Lake Huron to have a talk with the Great Father, blah blah blah. It's about 1813. So these were chiefs. So if these were slaves, how were slaves able to become chiefs of the Chippewa tribe?
Right.
So
Same thing with the chiefs that were in the Seminoles and some black chiefs, black looking chiefs and other tribes, and they would say, yeah, they just like it's like the Indians were accepted, like they was getting with YTs everywhere and getting with slaves everywhere. They didn't want to get with no regular Indians, I guess, no, but that's what they want you to believe, and that's kind of the story they try to depict in some of these newspapers. They try to depict the Indian man as like this vile thing that he wants his woman to work and he don't want to do stuff for his women and the women don't like him. I'm like that sounds like y'all talking shit about the black man to be honest with me. So but yeah, that's pretty dope. And I'm gonna look further into that tribe because I've been using that photo for different things. And now that you think about it, I really should read more about that particular tribe before I just be using the damn photo. But I love that. I love that receipt. That's a dope receipt. Lola, you want to say something? Then we'll get CR back up here.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the breeding farm. Like it I don't believe in it because one, women aren't they don't give birth to litters. Like we're not animals. That's one. And then we only give birth to like one child, one at a time. So how can let me gather my thoughts. Sorry, I'm outside. How can we're used for some first of all, um our bodies, not everybody, we can't get pregnant with anybody, even with a black person. Like if my body is not um mash well with you, you can't get me pregnant. So a whole bunch of things go along with, like science go along with it. So it seems crazy to me. Like people will be like, oh, if they had like 10 slaves that were women, they'll use like five of them just to breathe. It makes absolutely no sense. That's crazy for people to think stuff like that. That's all I wanted to say.
No, that's real talk. Like, and that's the narrative, and that narrative goes around a whole lot. Like, they basically keep being like, okay, this is what happened. And on YouTube, when you type it in, millions of views on these videos, and there's no proof. It's literally just B-roll footage and some British dude saying this, and then you really got to think. Who's making these videos and what's the mind behind them? Because we can, like I showed y'all, you can easily find proof to show differently that no, there's slave breeding farms with some bullshit, but at the same time, they putting this shit out, and it's just like, why are you putting it out? Even if a white person was putting it out and they believed it, why did you feel so compelled to make a video? You know what? I feel like I need to come up with content about slave breeding farms. Like me and my white person living time frame. I just feel like I'm the best to tell the story from my suburbs, you know what I'm saying, or from my trailer park. I ain't finna get these niggas suburbs every time. These niggas trash. But anyways, go ahead, CR.
Yeah, man, and it's been a lot of points that was made. You did, and especially with the last one of reiterating and double down on it. You did it. 'Cause we've seen through, like they would like to quote science, and I'm an air quote with that. But a woman that is conceiving out of distress, you know what I'm saying, or during high levels of stress, fear, you know what I'm saying, certain emotions won't allow her to be impregnated by whomever is trying to do so in such type of apparatus, you know what I'm saying. So that story automatically gets canceled out when you look at modern day science and women that may be in high stress situations and would try to conceive, you know what I'm saying, they're due to having, or they will have miscarriages, you know what I'm saying, trying to conceive in such strenuous type of situations of, like she was saying, somebody trying to breed you as if you're an animal, you know what I'm saying, knowing that you have to go through these time periods of conception to the point of you having the child, and not including the 3 to 4 years after of tending to said baby that needs the mother, you know what I'm saying, especially within the first year if the child's being breastfed, and then that being the only way of feeding a child at these time periods, that would mean that child needs full attention of the mother, you know what I'm saying, being taught, nurtured, fed, cleaned, changed, all of these different things that we would do to try and take care of a child, you know what I'm saying. I got a 2-year old in my that's playing right now, you know what I'm saying, that's in and out of my room. But we know that there's still a process to raising a child, you know what I'm saying. I got a 2-year old, but I got an 18-year-old in college too. So I'm at different levels of parenting when it comes to even the age range of what a lot of us is dealing with our kids, whether they're grown and gone or still at that age of adolescent, or at the point to where you still gotta hold their neck right. But if we want to get into the Texas part of the conversation, you know what I'm saying, we could talk about how Spain, air quote, had their possession of it, or how Texas had its 3 different durations, you know what I'm saying, and the whole altercation with the Alamo. Or we could just talk about the tribes that was there and how they had established trade routes, even with the people across what we know as the state line, or the borderline, Mexico, or Mexico, or Mexica, or however they want to pronounce it. You know what I'm saying? I done heard several different tongues of how to pronounce the name of it, just like with even people saying Texas. I had heard that. I had heard Tejas, you know what I'm saying, which translates into an indigenous word for family, you know what I'm saying. And when people get to diving into these treaties, all of this information will get to falling out into to you. That's why I do recommend you to start looking into it, especially the 6 different reigns of Texas. You know what I'm saying? That's because what got me down that rabbit hole, Samuel, was looking up the 6 flags of Texas and the symbology behind it. And then you'll get the understanding of the 6 different periods of rulership that body of landmass has went through, the 3 times of its own, and the 3 times 2 being foreign, and the one that still possesses it to this day. You know what I'm saying? Even with the talks of them seceding from the previous agreement and becoming back their own, you know what I'm saying? Which I'm all for it if Texas decides to do it, but Hot Wheels he ain't got the gusto. He's still bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? Just as much as he want to throw alligators in the Rio de Janeiro, the Rio Grande, I mean, he still allowed them people to come there. You know what I'm saying? That got these people in your neck of the woods. So when we get to talking about understanding the history of what has happened here, we got to dive into these treaties and these documents and these journals of where we're finding our people. That's going to help you understand and get a little bit more clarity of what happened in that county or parish that your people was born in, or maybe older than when when it was founded, air quotes, or given to some kind of high ranking person of military, or just, or even somebody that's just claiming to be of high rank in tribes. You did. All of these people are mentioned in there for you to search up if you were to look into this information to understand why these people was given this body of land. Why was this body of land purchased? How was it split up? Who was there? What happened to them? Did they leave? Did they stay? Were they reclassified? What laws came into act, and how did it impact them? All of these things play a crucial key component, because what I showed y'all was just my neck of the woods. But you got to look into what you're finding your folks, whether they was in Texas, Virginia, Kentucky, Carolinas, New York, the 13 colonies. It don't matter where you find your peoples. Look at what was going on that these people was writing as far as legally binding legislation that your people was subjected to during a time period where it was illegal for us to even know how to read and write. So how the hell are we going to accept these new contractual agreements or citizenship and we can't even read the fucking paperwork? Even though we did know how to read, how to write, how to farm land, we had trades, we had several, if not thousands of different skills. We have thousands of patents. Hell, the proof is in the pudding of what we was doing. All of these different Black Wall Streets that they had to come and dismantle because of the fact we was out here getting money. And we gonna get back to that, because I got a plan to start another Black Wall Street. Stay tuned for that. But we gotta focus on the documentation that put our people in this situation. I just gave y'all some examples from the Louisiana Treaty, the purchase of Louisiana, and how that impacted my family. Only imagine what was going on with your people you find in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. Hell, even if they was over there in Arkansas, California, wherever you finding your folks, you gotta do your due diligence and be able to understand and decipher how these classifications was being put on your people. Because I just showed y'all how it was saying, well, no, matter of fact, I ain't even get to show y'all that, but it was saying how a person who owns your bond could legally change your classification. So if they wanted to call you an African, they could call you that because you was their property. They bought your bond, even if they didn't want to honor the dollar value that it was worth, so you could work that off to be able to buy back your freedom, or to be able to, for them to release you from that contractual bond that they purchased. Shout out to Sam once again for waking that up, because my grandmother, not my grandmother, but one of my great grandmothers, my grandmother's mother, in the 1920s, was arrested for loitering. They gave her a price tag of $137. Y'all know how much that dollar value would have cost at that time, or how much it is in today's time? That was almost $3,000. They was trying to put my grandmother under that motherfucker. My peoples had bread though. They was able to get her out, which would legally make them a owner of her, even in that time period, based off of how they would classify buying someone's bond. That's why when you pay a bondsman and you flake on it, they gonna come and get your ass, or they gonna come send them bounty hunters on you. Hint, hint. All of these different things are still the same shit that was in these treaties. Because if you flaked on a contract, you said this too, Sam, or it might have been had some history. But if you flaked on a contract, they will send out these overseers, or what we know today as bounty hunters, to come get you, because you are default on an overdue balance. Like hell, even if you got a warrant, them police gonna come get, if they run across you and you know you owe that, and they know you know that now, you about to go take that ride. Now your freedom gone. Only thing they can't do now legally is change who you are ethnically, but the same mechanisms are still in place. We gotta understand what they did then and put it in modern terms, like how I was showing y'all how I was saying all of those tribes were what we consider black, color, Negro, mulatto, but these others would dismiss the fact that we still are in our culture today. When we do Super Sunday, they'll say some as paying attribute to the Native Americans. No, we them niggas. How you gonna tell me I'm paying tribute to somebody else when this is what we've been doing when they found us here to this day, and get nothing but disrespect from people on here who want to get under my videos and talk all that craziness, but they don't never want to come to New Orleans. They not gonna say that to a real one. People know how to play from a distance when they come to fire. They don't want to get too hard. They ain't trying to warm them hands up enough where it's gonna dry that bullshit they trying to slang. They want to do that where it's safe. They don't want to come and have these conversations face to face. But you know, I'm in Oklahoma. I'm about that life. Hell, I work with Native Americans, and we be talking about this shit. Like, okay, you know, you got your tribe. Where is mine? Da 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 da. Boom boom boom. What's that? And they lost for words. They, oh well, that's what's up. Well, shout out to y'all. Well, do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? They don't have no disputes in person. That's why I'm like, these people on here is just internet personalities, and they not in the real world with this conversation. But we gonna continue to bring the truth to light. You know what I'm saying? And shame all of these people that's been trying to tell us we not who we are, and we got the proof to prove it. What's happening with your last? You did, because it's going to come to that point where people gonna have to recognize us once again, and we're gonna keep beating that drum till they do.
That's facts. And with like Mexico, right? So they'll tell you that melanated people got to Mexico during what, the 16th century, like the transatlantic slave trade. But yet the president of Mexico, I think like last year or the year before, said that we were there before Christopher Columbus. Make that make sense.
Real talking. This is an open panel. Y'all can say whatever, and y'all chime in whatever. But yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. That's why I've been really kind of uncover a whole lot of the stuff with the whole Christopher Columbus thing, um, and also on what CR was saying, like, yeah, those bounty hunters and the people that would come out there for to jail you for jail fees. It's also like, why do you have to have harsh laws to put people in jail to sell them into slavery if you brought them over here for slavery? Shouldn't they all mostly be slaves already? You know,
Exactly.
you already got a small population of free people, so you're
That's why
harping
they
that
had to
hard.
write it into law to
Mm-hmm.
entrap the people that was from here, because they can't bring them over here. So who else you got to put into this system but the people that's already here?
I think
So
the
now they gotta write laws that's gonna
Like
strip
why?
you of who you are and what they
I think
call
the
you.
I think
It's
the
like, why
system.
would you need to create the system? You're just a slave, and I bought you in Africa. I bought you in Africa. It doesn't change you when you come over here. Nothing of this. Why would I even have to create a system if I bought you in Africa over here as a slave?
Facts. I think the system is the slavery. They control all of us. And I just learned that if you're on Medicaid and something happens to you and you own a house, they can auction that house away. Y'all need to have your parents, whoever's on Medicaid in your household, that y'all have that in writing, that if something happens to them and they're on Medicaid, they can leave that property to y'all.
Now that's insane, and I remember hearing stuff like that, um, like people who are elderly and maybe they don't have a will and they're like in like a nursing home, and like the nursing home somehow getting all kind of stuff. I don't know. I mean, it's a whole lot of scams on the older people out there, which kind of sucks, because some people, a lot of us may take care of our family members, but there's some people who grow old and don't have much family, and they might get caught up in some BS like that.
Right, like Walmart was getting life insurance on on its workers.
Now that I didn't know, and yeah, and also like yeah, what they were saying, like I mean, well, Yaya was saying too, like there's no need to have a system. I'm gonna try to find that receipt. There's no need to have a system set up that harsh to if you just brought them over here. And the only thing you could say is like either because people would buy their freedom that you would set up these laws because you want to recapture them, and it's just like what's the I mean you had an endless supply of slaves according to y'all up until 1808, and then after that you've been breeding slaves like crazy. Why you need to worry about the free ones? None of it ever makes sense. It's just always stories they tell.
And this is the thing. Why would you have a bond system for people that you enslaved and brought over from Africa? Why would they ever have a situation where they could buy themselves out, be bonded out of slavery? And who would be the family members that would buy the bond if they came over here from different tribes, speaking different languages and didn't know each other? How did they, and you were selling people's children away from them and turning their mothers into milking nannies. Like, where and how did they create family? It makes no sense. Who would come save you, Sway? You're on your own. You got bought from Madagascar. You got bought from Mali. You got bought from what are they even talking about? And all this land during Reconstruction that all these Black people lost. How did an African slave acquire any land to lose 15 million acres of land?
Right. How you
Where
make
would the money come from?
facts? How you work for free, but yet you
Look,
get money to buy
I
your
asked
house?
that question too. Like, Auntie, I was down that rabbit hole. Like, how could an African own land in a time where they're saying Africans couldn't? But it's saying Africans could own land if they were considered free. Air quote, you did. And hold on, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna snap that up too because it's a woman
But what did
from
they buy it with,
Louisiana
CR?
that,
What did they buy the land with? When did they get the money?
I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that because it's this lady called Maria Coin. They're trying to say her parents are African, but when you look at this woman, hold on, I know I snapped a picture of her. Hold up. I know I took a picture of this lady. Hold on. Let me go screenshot this picture real quick. I'll be right back, y'all. Cause if you look at this woman, ain't no way you gonna tell me she African. She damn near passe blanc. But they won't tell you she African though. Hold up, I'll be right back.
Now, and what you were just saying really says a lot. Like, and that's what I was saying in the live stream not that long ago. I was like, see, these white folks throw too many extras on these slave stories about trying to make it seem so horrible that it makes the other parts where things don't, where we're free or getting whatever may not doesn't make sense. Like, so like you said, what family member would buy you? You came over from different parts of Africa, right? You get on a plantation, they breed you with random people, right? And then even if you get to stay with that woman and you have a child, they might have sold your children on over to somebody else, right? So now your children are going somewhere you don't even know where they at, but somehow people would say the story, oh well, we would buy our family members back. How'd you even know where the hell they was at? How'd you even know? It just none of the story ever makes sense. The further you
See,
dig down
Sam,
that rabbit hole.
I'm from an area where that was a common practice. And like I said, when I got the accent, very specifics about a person that holds your bond or how you could become somebody that's enslaved contractually. And I'm telling you, bro, like I asked very specific questions. But let me show you this lady that they trying to say is a whole African. Y'all see that woman? They trying to say that's an African right there. This is a portrait of her, and that's her husband. Do that look like an African woman? I'm gonna let the track breathe a little bit.
That don't look like an African to me, and it don't look like an African to Africans either. Because we have to be specific. They're telling us we came from West Africa,
Right.
and that don't look like no West African.
They just give you West Africa. They don't even give you a specific country in that part. They just say West Africa. You pick one.
But wait, there's more.
But my
This
thing
is another thing, diving a little further into the bonds, like what I was expressing. Go ahead, sis. I'm gonna let y'all get y'all screenshots in. But go ahead, sis. You got it.
the biggest part for me is the crops. How you come from a whole different continent and knows what to grow. And then they would say, oh, they would hide rice in their hair. What?
Look, sis, it was one dude told me in the live. He said they already had to walk around a tree of forgetfulness. They didn't beat their language, their culture, their history out of them. And that's before they brought them over here, just to beat it out of them some more. And by the time dude finished speaking, I'm like, okay, so you didn't mention 7 different times of how they were stripped of their culture, their practices, their traditions. How the fuck is you trying to say all of this stuff that we do here today come from them if it was 7 different times by the time they hit this soil in after that they couldn't be who they are, but you trying to tell me they kept all of this culture, history, and tradition when it's been beat out of them on 7 different occasions, on a spiritual, on a physical, and a religious level. Ain't no way you gonna sit here and tell me that nothing we do is from West African or West Africa when everything we see in here we still do to this day. And like I said, we can explain everything that's been happening. Cause like I said, a lot of the stuff that we've been doing, shout out to Sam, you, everybody that's really diving into this information to really get an understanding of all of these different terms when it means to be enslaved, somebody buying your bond, being an indentured servitude, because even that was mentioned in this thread, and it was talking about not only our bonds were being bond, but white people too. They was in that little pox of being mixed and shuffled around. So it's all documented. So when people want to get on here and get the lying or exaggerating the truth, everything can be traced and pinpointed to exact time periods of when these people was doing their fuckeries. Just like you can see right here, was talking about a person who redeems a bond could exercise custodial rights, meaning they could legally control the other person's movements and labor until the debt was satisfied. They leaving it up to that person's self-satisfaction, but they also left off of this how that person could reclassify you to how they see fit. And like I said, I got a bunch of stuff I need to snap from this particular thread that I'm having on ChatGPT behind the Louisiana Purchase, and it breaks down a lot of what questions people ask on both sides, us trying to be informed and those others that's just trying to be disingenuous. The proof is right here. I done showed you, it said that it was less than 10,000, less than 1,000 that actually identified as African. It also showed you that it was supposed to be 28,000 that was classified as enslaved Africans, but it also said that nobody classified or considered themselves African. So who the fuck is the African if you're trying to say that the people who were enslaved were the only ones considered African, but that was based off of the enslaver's choice of identifying them how the fuck they saw fit? Make it make sense. Because somebody lying in this whole equation.
I wanted to go back a little bit in the conversation to when Samuel was bringing up the census and how the Spaniard nor the Mexican is on any of the census records, but they supposedly were in the territories of Florida, Texas, California, Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, but they're not on any of the the Louisiana territory, but they're not on any of the census records. That's because they weren't here. They weren't here on the land. because they would have been included. And why, as they move westward and they kept finding us, so now they have to justify with these breeding farms, why, when they press west, did they not find the Mexican nor the Spaniard?
Somebody's been
Yeah,
lying. And we're
yeah. I mean,
gonna
yeah. My bad. Keep going.
No, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm pretty much in agreement to that. Like, I, don't- I you know, for it's just odd. I mean, like we know some saying. I mean, like the only place I can see them being, if there is going to be any, would be in that Florida area, with the St. Augustines or whatever. But it would have to be in super low numbers. I feel like like I see some pictures of them in the Seminole tribe, in the Gilcrease archive, but that it's only like one or two, or in your very very few fuse. That's kind of why I said, I was like, well, maybe they probably had them. You know what I'm saying? They kind of just joined into the Indian tribe thing or whatever, or some of them just went
These
there later
people,
on.
these people around that one lonely
But
nigga
then
that
we
they
have
got
to
in this
understand.
picture.
No, but we have to
Them the
understand
Seminoles
that.
that he's talking about, Teddy. I ain't mean to cut you off. But them Seminoles he talking about around that one real one.
I didn't see that one, but no, but I believe you though. Like, they was not here like that. Like, I don't know, and this is, it makes me want to go look at, because they say there's not a lot of records. Like, I don't really see a whole lot of Spanish censuses done in even in Florida. At least I hadn't dug deep, but I hadn't just popped up along with any. I hadn't seen no records. The only records that I seen is one YT. Library, a historian talk about, from Spanish records from St. Augustine. They were all in like the 15, 16, 1700s. And it's almost like they came, did their little exploring, and went on and did what they did elsewhere, or something else, or the case. Because it's kind of, I'm kind of along with you. Like, I don't really see them like that, or any records, or any, like, at least with the French, I've seen some French records vaguely. Um, so I mean, I really haven't seen no Spanish records other than the ones from the early days of the voyages, actually.
But they even say in Florida they weren't there. They say in Florida that they did exactly what they did in the other territories. They put their flag in the ground and they left, because they're at WAR, all in the Caribbean. They're at WAR in Central and South America, and Spain is only so big. There's only so many people in Spain. I think Spain is no bigger than like Texas, the country.
I wish it was Texas.
No, I'm talking about in Europe, the size of the country. I don't think it's not, they didn't have that much of a population, and they are literally fighting in the Caribbean, in the ocean and on the land, and then they're fighting in Central and South America. They were not up here in, who was sitting on their butts drinking mint juleps in Florida? And you're warring against Russia, Italy, France, Portugal, Britain, and the indigenous people. And then you're having slave revolts.
Yeah,
When
when
did
I
you have
probably got
time to
to,
come up here?
I ain't mean to cut y'all, but we remember when I probably got to like the 12th or 13th treaty that I was reading, and I came to that same realization, like all of these nations that came here and claimed this land was really stretching themselves too thin, because they didn't have the numbers to fight none of these wars. That's why they was leaving and ceding these lands to these other nations, and I'm air quoting because they use international law via the Papal Bull and other international jargon that they used when it came to foreign nations fighting over a specific body of land. Like, it was certain things that was going on in this landmass that ceded land over there in Europe. I know you, as well as those who was in my treaty spaces when I was reading them on Twitter, and breaking down what was really going on. You know what I'm saying? So like we really got to get to deep diving into this, because some people don't want to address the whole religious aspect of it and what it played in it, and how it built up to them establishing these treaties that ceding all of this land, and how niggas on here is just stuck on the peace and treaty, peace and friendship one, dealing with that one fucking nation when it was over 360 of them that was drawn up over here on this landmass. They're talking about one that deals with the body of water, deal with maritime law, dealing with the sea. Everything else we talking about dealing with the land. And that's all we care about. So it's just having that understanding and putting your people in these time frames that you're finding them in to these documents, and having that resonate more so like what we've been doing.
I think also in really understanding, like when I used to say we got jumped by the world, understanding that that information, that last one shared in that back channel about the Russians coming over and fighting in the revolution and fighting in the Civil War. Us understanding that the Chinos, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Filipinos, the Taiwanese, the Vietnamese are over here in Mexico. They're fighting in these wars. Understanding that the Bank of England is buying slaves, Slavs, Caucasians from the Russian Tsar, and they're coming over here and fighting in these wars. But giving the title of the Spaniard or the Mexican or the British or the French. But no, you're literally going around the world getting people to help you fight in these wars because you don't have the numbers. Western Europe is small. Spain, England, France, Italy, they're little. Portugal, they're tiny. And if in the 21st century they're having problem having babies, can you imagine how they were having problems having babies in the 1500s, in the 1600s when they weren't even bathing? They didn't have the numbers. They needed the world to jump us. And they were getting
The
people
numbers
from
they had, I tell you,
everywhere.
they was selling them into enslavement too. Remember, you had woke that up.
No, yeah, that's real. And just looking at the numbers here, like the landmass, when you said it's about the size of Texas, looking up the population numbers between Spain versus the state of Texas, it's about a very similar amount. So yeah, it kind of gives you an idea on the scope of the size of what these people were dealing with, and what they had available to them.
All them people wasn't invading though, Sam. We gotta keep it a bean on certain. We thinking logistically and realistically in this situation. All of them people wasn't being sent over like that. But like we gotta remember America's slogan of what they were saying back then. Give me your poor, give me your broke, give me your destitute. They wanted the worst of the worst, or those who they wanted to, you know what I'm saying, those who ain't have nothing but wanted to fight for something, to have for their own. And those who came over here, you know what I'm saying, even though they may have lost, they still was here. So what they did with them, made them squatters. So now you couldn't fight the war to help us get rid of these niggas. We just gonna let you stay here on their land, make you citizens, and give you all of these different laws and amenities that's going to protect you. It's supposed to protect them too, even because it's written for every fucking body. But we only gonna treat you. We only gonna cater to y'all, and we see that you did through all of this history of what they've been doing with all of our Black Wall Streets that was established, and them squatting them around us. Seneca Village, for perfect example of how they even let them stay with us and started doing all kind of bullshit to impact our waters and whatnot.
Yeah, no, real talk.
Even, oh,
No, go ahead.
even the people coming down from the Canada region, those are enslaved people. I think the brother up here was talking about them earlier. Those people that are fake Native Americans up there Those are your Siberians, and those people were enslaved by Russia to also coming down from the north. So what would you? I mean, why wouldn't you go along to get along if you have been enslaved, forced into fighting in wars, and then all of a sudden people tell you, I'm going to give you some feathers in your head, I'm going to free you. All you got to do is say that you are an Indian. I'm going to give you a reservation. I need you to sign these treaties and you'll be free, and you and your people will have land. They're going to be gung ho. And in the 21st century, they're going to continue the lie because they came from nothing. Those Slavs had been slaves for hundreds of years by the Russian. Them Caucasians have been slaves for hundreds of years by the Russian. Why wouldn't they come over here and say their names is Jones and Smith and Johnson, and then the other half say, I am Chickasaw, I am Navajo, I am Apache? That's a win-win situation.
No, yeah, they would. And that's why that's why the way that people fight back so hard, that's how I can tell they're part of the program in many cases. Like sometimes you'll see some YT folks come up and you'll say some things to them and you'll show them some facts and they'll try to do their little troll and some will always continue to troll, but I see a lot of them over time be like, oh, okay, guys, I guess, whatever, they'll start to back out of the bullshit because they don't want to look stupid. They know when a bunch of facts have been presented. But when you look at the Africans and the Native Americans, they stay hard with their foot on the gas on no matter what they trolling is, no matter what you bring to them, no matter what you say, they got the dumbest thing to come up in their head, and that to me says that nah, yeah, you got to be a part of this. It's like no person of any sanity would just refute every single thing on purpose like that. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, they're currently fighting for their lives. Like this is this is their solitude right now, like it is for us. That African, he's the newest, how can I say this? He's on his newest wave. He's on his fifth identity. But this whole thing of him being here, calling himself a Black American, this is a whole new wave for a whole new generation for them. So they just started their new wave of the fight. And then this Native American, they started getting called Native American in 1960. So they're on like their fifth wave, but they're on their new fight of this whole Native American. My grandmother stopped talking. She never told me my history because she was so brutalized in the schools, the Indian schools, that she doesn't like to talk. And it's like your grandmother. Yeah, my grandmother. When was your grandmama born? Your grandmama was born in the 1950s. What Indian school was she going to in the 1950s that was trying to get the Indian out of her when they had the Indian schools back in the 1800s? Who gave her the Indian in the 1950s that she had to go to school and get taken out of her when her mama's mama shouldn't have had the Indian in her because she was going to the Indian schools? Like, y'all lies aren't even making sense in the 21st century. Who had to get Indian taken out of them in the 1950s? There shouldn't have been no Indian left. Am I making any sense? Who taught her how to be Indian when they beat the Indian out of her great granny, y'all said? And
you make a perfect
scarred
sense.
her? Who scarred her? Where was there an Indian school in the 1950s? Someone please help me, because I've been looking for it.
I'm gonna show you one, which is actually funny, and because it was a regular school full of Japanese, Filipino-looking folks with our names and our surnames that they had stolen. But yeah, keep going. But yeah, no, you're right. Like I was thinking the same thing when they would be on these live streams. I'm like, dude, Your grandma told you that your grandma can't be past 1920 in this bitch. These people be playing.
And I
Yeah,
told you
playing.
about my second great grandmother that got arrested in the 1920s. They peoples was just getting here. My grandma was bonding out like, bitch, you can't hold me down. And they just getting off that boat, getting their tongue swabbed around this motherfucker. Man, we is not the same.
Smithsonian says that they erected the Indian schools in the mid 1800s. They're showing these people with haircuts. Who is that? Craig Edwards is taking pictures of these people before and after. Okay. So the Indian schools erected in the 1800s, and supposedly they put these kids in the schools, they turned them into Catholics, they whipped them and beat them, took their languages away and their culture away. So why in the hell would you need Indian schools in the 1920s? Because if you beat it out of their ancestors in the 1800s, who taught them in the night? Why would you have to beat them in the 1920s? Who was teaching them how to be an Indian? There shouldn't have been no more Indian schools after 1900. It should have been a done deal. One generation. Beat them, whip them, take their language, mix them around, 3-card molly them. It's a wrap. Because that's what they claim they did to the African, right? They walked them around a bush or something, you said, CR?
Yeah, that tree of forgetfulness.
Okay.
Heard that story over there.
The fact that people
I don't
believe
even know
that
the name of that
story
prison.
is the most insane thing to me in this world. The fact that people believe that you can walk around a tree and forget everything shows me that you can tell niggas anything in this world.
And I tell
The
you,
fact that Indians are still jumping around with feathers in their head, talking about ah, wah, 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 and beating on the drum and speaking all these crazy, weird ass pig Latin sounding languages in 2021 is just infantile thinking to me. It makes no sense. So you trying to tell me that the white man beat the mess out of everybody else and made them forget that they was even from Africa. But for some reason, y'all who are on a reservation drinking alcohol, ain't planted one yam, don't know how to have one farm, but for some reason you remember to bang on that drum like a kindergartner, hop around on one foot like a third grader, and speak all these weird languages that make no sense at all, that sound dumb.
Yeah, you bring up the perfect analogy of the Indians should have been first of all, how's white folks beating culture out of everybody in the world? They done beat the culture out of the Indians, beat the culture and the language out of the Africans. Now, I ain't never seen a white person in modern day times beat anything out of anybody to make them forget, unless they done put drugs in a person. And even then, I probably shouldn't say it that way, but unless they put rugs in a person, and even then, they only gonna forget maybe that night or something like that. That's crazy.
man, them people was not coming over here like that. We have the numbers. It keeps getting debunked more and more so. Cause even when I was asking ChatGPT based off of the Louisiana Purchase and how many of the correlated numbers of the account of people that was there, y'all saw it. It said 28,000 enslaved Africans. But when I asked how many identified as African, it said it was less than 1,000. So who the fuck is the real Africans? Cause you just said 28,000 of them niggas was African, but only 2,700 of them said you got me 27,000 said you got me fucked up. Only 1,000, less than 1,000 said, yeah, that's us. But when we really get to looking at this history, hold on, let me put my camera up. Cause people want, like I said, I keep showing y'all how we live in our truth and how we put on all day, every day. This is what we do in New Orleans. You looking at that energy, that big Indian energy, you heard me? But people want to say this don't exist. These people aren't here anymore. They want to say we're gone. But everywhere you look, you see nothing but the real, the authentic. And that's how we gonna put on for you. And I got buku more to show y'all. This is my own personal archive. This ain't even floating around the internet outside of my own personal Twitter page. But like, I'm just saying, people want to dismiss my history, my culture, my perspective of what the fuck happened here in this country. You did, and I say that I don't. They would say that I'm African, but like I said, once again, when you look at the would it say how many was here enslaved and would be considered enslaved Africans compared to how many was actually identifying themselves as such, and how many people was able to reclassify you however they see fit based off of their ownership to your bond. So it even with understanding the aspect of how families were buying people's bonds and enslaving them in that aspect, I also interpreted on that question too when it came to the Louisiana Purchase, because people always want to talk about how black people own the most slaves. Y'all niggas, we own our own. And I would tell you, if you was in Louisiana and was in our school system, we speak on how our people had to buy our family members back or others because they look like us, and we just didn't want them to be in that shit that they was in. Look, you come over here, you come chill, or you could go do what you do. You did, because even though it may say on paper that those peoples were enslaved via those bonds being in the possession of the head of household, those family members and others were still free to do as they see fit. They were not in perpetual slavery, meaning they had to go work in these fields from sun up to sundown. It wasn't no crazy shit like that. No, you was, man, look, I did that for you. Go do what you do. Go be great. Nigga, just don't get caught up again, because you costing me money out here. It was on that type of time. And that was with family and friends and whoever you did. You ain't gotta come stay, but if you want to stay, all right, we got something you could do. Shit, you know what I'm saying? These watermelons ain't gonna pick themselves. You know, you did this okra ain't gonna plant itself. We got shit we out here getting how we live, you heard me? So when people who don't know or understand the history or the culture from the perspective of being from that landmass, okay, your grandpa from Louisiana, bitch is you? Cause I'm from there. That's my history. That's my culture. That's my people. I'm a direct source. Cause I'm literally from there. You twice removed. I don't know what that feel like. I'm not
This is
removed.
crazy. This is the Leroy, really? A Mexican named Leroy?
Yeah.
Patricia?
Another addition to this name. I know
Yes.
Patricia's.
Clarence. I ain't never I've never If I see a Otis, I'm leaving the app for the night. Ellis, really? These are all in. I've never seen
Seen the
pale
Asian
people with these
Deanna.
names before.
Oh my bad. I
Marvin,
thought y'all could hear me. Yep, y'all can see Freeman. I thought my thing was a yep Freeman on there.
Oh, her name Bernice. They out of
not
line.
Bernice.
That's what they look like over there.
Her name look like
That is
Sue May. That is not no
crazy.
Bernice. Oh, they out
Yes.
of line.
They got a Perry, Deanna. They not
No, they got a
Deanna.
Perry in there. That's my uncle name.
Let's see.
Her name ain't no
Jackson. There's some
Shirley. Get the
Jackson.
fuck out of here. That's Esmeralda. That's
Tecumseh Jackson.
Glacianaga.
Not a Cecil.
Oh, they out of line.
Yep.
I know
Yep.
his
You
name
got a
Emilio.
Glenn in there, a Rosalie.
Not a Arnetta Jones.
Ooh, I'm bad for
I'm
that
done.
one.
These people should be
Ooh, now
ashamed
You
of
say
hold
she
up
don't look.
now.
You
themselves.
You
say
gotta
she don't look
stop
like
right there. That
Arnetta.
ain't no
That
Arnetta.
I literally got an Arnetta Jones in my family, and if I
Ooh,
showed you her, I got an
he
Arnetta,
done
Arlita.
bad. Ain't no way.
That's our names.
Yes, and
Fact.
I can show
Auntie, you
y'all where they gave them English names. I got rows where they be like it say Indian name and then English name. But yeah,
let me fuck you up, brother.
this
Why
is
one of these
crazy.
car carrying natives in one of my lives told me and Auntie she was there that if they
Not
don't choose their
Dolores.
name when they turn 13 or when they hit that age when they're in these schools, they can either choose their name or they're given one. Auntie,
Yep.
I know you remember one of them telling me that in one of my
I
previous
remember
lives,
that.
right? Yeah. And this is a proof of them being given names because they didn't know what the fuck to name themselves. They were like, man, hold on, ain't no way his name Raymond. Go up. Go back up.
Yep.
Go
And
back up, bro. Look, it's another
who
Raymond right there.
did
Man, there
I
ain't no
miss it?
fucking Raymonds.
Yeah,
And a
Raymond right there.
Gordon.
You
Man,
don't think that's the Raymond Cherokee right there? He ain't a Raymond.
Gordon is in my family. How are you,
Oh
Gordon?
man. When I say Henry, Ned, Raymond, another Raymond Parker,
boy, it's
and
not no Parker.
now think about this too. They said that these Indians made it with so many black people and so many YT people, and none of these people look like anything mixed. Everybody looks like a particular phenotype of either a YT or a Filipino or a Japanese person.
My pretendians, bro.
Like what the hell is
We
that? What
call
the
them
hell is that?
Eurasians.
Ooh,
In
they
California,
got
there's
that
so
Kim
many
Jong
of
Un
them.
cut.
When a European,
He
when a
got that
Western
Kim Jong Un.
European,
Ain't no way. His name Archie. Ooh, they lying. His name is
hold
Jin
on,
Xiao Yun.
CR, hold
Shi
on one
Shi
second.
Shun. Shun Xiao Xin Yang. I'm about to say they real
CR,
names. Fuck that. These people got us fucked up. That dude name ain't no Lawrence. Hold up. Man.
let me tell you, in California, we have a lot of people that look like this, and we call them Eurasians. When a Western European has a baby with an Asian, a Japanese, a Chinese, a Korean, a Vietnamese, a Taiwanese, this is exactly what their children looks like. This is literally a new race of people. Like that's what that's what the white Mexicans look like in California, and they're literally all Eurasian. They'll tell you, oh, my great grandfather was Italian. How is your great grandfather Italian, but you're telling me you're a freaking Mexican? So El Salvadorians, they look like this. Peruvians, they look like this because they're European and Asian mixed together. That's exactly what these people are. And why is their name Bernadette and Patsy and Billie Jean is crazy.
That's not my lover.
That's not my lover. Remember that.
Had to throw that in there. She damn sure ain't my lover. God
Hold up.
damn.
Go down one. Buddy name ain't no Elton. Dude,
Yep.
hold up. Next to not the four eyes right here, but the four eyes next to dude right there. Next to the old girl, that's Elton. That's Elton Brown, y'all.
Yeah, that's Elton
Do that
Brown,
look like
man.
an Elton to you?
Straight from the tribe. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
who named Juanita? Nah, the lady next to him can't be no Juanita, bruh.
These are these people's grandparents,
Man,
man.
them people
They
stole
said
all our
that
names,
they
dog.
said they
From all our
Claudette?
did.
people.
How is her name
Yeah.
Claudette?
I
Lola
bet you
Claudette.
every last
I'm
one of
done.
us who got a denial paperwork is going to find our family in this book or in those books. All of our people who've been denied on those rolls, I bet you their name is in those yearbooks.
Yeah,
That's the
let me.
crazy thing.
I'm gonna see if I can. Y'all can keep going. I'm gonna see if I can find the roles that I saved where they gave them their names, where it shows them names being changed over. I'm gonna see if I can find that.
And these people played a dirty, dirty game, man. Talk about identity theft before it became an offensible crime. Now, how do we retrograde that? That's the question. Because what we see is centuries of identity theft, centuries of generational wealth stolen from our people, land stolen from our people, patents stolen, music stolen, food, culture, all kind of traditions that we practice here stolen, banned, and outlawed on our own land. How do we go about remedying these problems that have plagued us by these people that came here and clearly said, fuck you and yours, I'm gonna give my grandma and your great great grandma name, and we gonna jump into your family lineage, and now you're no longer us, and we can tell you no longer us, even though we claiming your people's is our claim to even being able to claim anything.
I'm so
The nerve.
confused. I'm confused because these people were converted into Catholicism. So why don't they have the Catholic names? Why don't they have biblical names? How do they make it make sense that they have our people's names, but they were sent to Indian schools and converted into Catholicism?
Oh, you know who got the biblical names? The Africans. They be the Abrahams. They be the Moseses and the all of those names that we would see for the Bible. Like a lot of the ones that we've been having these conversations with, they would be always named after the something out of the Bible. If you don't, if you can recall, like all of these Africans always got a biblical name. Like they'll have their real name that'll be a phrase, but when you ask them what they name, oh, my name is Josiah, or oh, my name is Abraham, or oh, my name is Moses, or oh, my name is. They always got some kind of biblical name. Hell, even the Mexicans, Jesus. They always want to take some kind of name out of that book and say that that's theirs. You know what I'm saying? To throw us off the scent of what's really going on. Yeah, Solomon, that's another one too. Africans love them biblical names.
Yeah, and that I started to think, and I'm still trying to find where I found that. I found it somewhere, but I'm starting to like. I started to think that once we as the real Indians did a census with them, and they took all of our names, they now on a census form, now you have all the names that you can give away. And because I was just like, how would you have a list of names of so many damn names to just even like you just don't pop up and be like, here, you'll be Bruner, you'll be Jim, Bob, or whatever. You don't just randomly pop out with these names, and these names, like y'all said, are ours in many cases. Like the Bruner name, like I can tie back the Bruner name. That's the one that really got me because my old best friend, his family tied back to Bruner, and that's what I showed the Bruners earlier, going back to the early 1700s as Seminoles. So it's like if the name was here in the early 1700s as a Seminole under Caesar Bruner, under no Monday Dindy Bruner, then why are you? And he was super black in a sense. Then why are you getting this name and you look like you ain't mixed in with a single black person? Now that right there is just more than enough to just be like, all right, man, y'all bullshit. Let me see if I can find
Why
this.
don't they still have the names? Why aren't they? Because those names. Why don't they still have those names though? Why all of a sudden now are their name Maria, uh, Ferdinando, Rosario,
Hernandez,
Hernan? Like
Rodriguez,
what? How did they
Ernesto.
switch their names up like that? Because we still have our names.
Yeah, I was just seeing that damn, it was one of these tribes that just elected somebody. Her last name is Hernan. It's either Hernandez or Rodriguez, but she just got elected as the new chief of one of these tribes. I think it's the Chickasaw. But yeah, a whole amiga out here.
Yeah, I'm still on the hunt. As y'all can see, I really want to find it to show y'all because that was like another just like smoking guns, like just seeing the list and it was handwritten too. And I got it. I know I got it off the. I could have sworn I got it off of here, the National Archives catalog. Just trying to remember what the hell I typed in. And I'm surprised that I didn't save it to a file. I could have sworn I would have saved it somewhere on my iPad, but I'm gonna keep looking for this damn thing. I saw teaching in here sharing aloud to his zesty homeboys, but apparently they probably can't come in because I got damn near all of them blocked. So he probably left his troll ass out of here.
You guys, I'm going to drop down. I have to go cook dinner because I'm still a slave. Ain't
All right, I'm
nobody
about to go throw
bonding
these
me
steaks
out
on the grill too.
of my slavery. And I signed paperwork that said I'd be the slave to this nigga to the day I die. Just
And
crazy.
goodness
I
and
don't know
health.
what I was doing.
Bad health, good health. You know what I'm saying? Better worse.
All kind of crazy stuff, I promise. I signed my name to the treaty. Damn. Okay. So I'll listen in, but I'm going to drop if someone wants to drop me off the stage so I don't mess up the live.
I appreciate you coming up, y'all. Y'all always a pleasure to have you up here. I appreciate that. I'll drop you down.
Thank you so much.
Now, see, we still fighting for the liberations of our people. We just got that young sister that's still enslaved by the white man. Now, let me stop. But nah, we still, that just goes to show how even, you know what I'm saying, under certain terminologies, things will still be considered legally binding and obligations would fall within those certain parameters. And if you don't oblige, you know what I'm saying, now you divorced. That's, you know what I'm saying, it's still the same thing. The only difference is you're not technically being beaten or sold or any other things that they were saying that was happening in these time periods. But certain, like I keep saying, certain things that was being applied then, we still see it happening in today's time, depending on how you look at it, and why we see both sexes fighting for certain things. You know what I'm saying? Women feeling like how even being considered a housewife would feel like a form of enslavement based off of the things that's being demanded of her. You know what I'm saying? Being the woman and being the nurturer of the family. Some women is cool with that. There's some that don't want to deal with that type of stuff. All of these different things fall into the same perspective of the comprehension that we're trying to bring our people to understanding past terminologies and putting them in today's perspective of what these same things could still be looked at as, but how we've come to accept certain things or certain, you know what I'm saying, we weigh the good and the bad in these situations. You know what I'm saying? Some people like, nah, shit too bad, let me go ahead and wash my hands. Some people like, all right, I'm cool here. You know what I'm saying? They be on their bullshit, but I tolerate it. You know what I'm saying? It, what have you, you did, but it's all stipulations, and there's always a thin line between being able to breach those contracts, violate those contracts. You know what I'm saying? Let's stick on the marriage one for a perspective. We say it's for good, bad, better, worse, sickness and health, but let a motherfucker cheat on you. All the cards off the table now. Now you could go ahead and leave this person that you said those previous to, and you get to leave with half. How is that? How is that fair to the situation being the opposite, whether you're the breadwinner or the one that's being the recipient of? There's still stipulations to it. You know what I'm saying? Some people will feel like, yeah, they deserve it. Some be like, no, that's fucked up. You came in with it, you should leave with that. I'm not here to make you decide, but I'm just saying there's still checks and balances and a lot of these different things that they didn't wrote into what we was doing. We used to jump the broom. That was our celebratory marriage and how we would unify the joining of families, you know what I'm saying? And we would keep a family Bible documenting the who's who of who married who. So we ain't gotta ask who your peoples is. We know. You did. And we're coming back to that system. But let me hit this Google while you speak, 'cause I don't know if you found it yet. I'm just trying to fill in the unalive air.
Nah, yeah, you're saying some good shit, and like also kind of on the I'm going down this thing to see if I can find it. Also on the topic earlier of us being able to buy our way out of slavery. Like I have book references, like the autobiography of Booker T. Washington. That's one book, and another book reference that shows that black people were able to buy their way out of slavery through installment payments. So not only could you buy your way out, but you can buy your way out like a damn rent-a-center motherfucking payment plan, you know? So, and it starts to beg the question, then why would anybody be a slave for life when you can buy your way out of slavery? How much money did these people earn? Well, apparently they did earn a certain amount of money, but they still wasn't. In certain books, they didn't explain what that money was. Damn, I ain't gonna find this. In certain books, they didn't explain where what those things were, but in some books, they may have explained what they were. Let me look over.
I got a couple points that I had pulled up from the Louisiana Purchase that could shine a little more light to what you're searching for. If you want to give me the big screen while you look
Oh
for that,
yeah, go
I
ahead,
could
go ahead.
kind of help you out with that one now. So what Sam is trying to hint towards, like how I was expressing earlier on in the conversation, when someone purchased your debt, or if you was to pay it off, you know what I'm saying, you can either work off that debt or somebody could buy you out of that debt via a family member who didn't want you to be in the servitude of that prison system. Like I was saying with my great grandmother that was even in prison in the 1920s for loitering for an amount that was way too exorbitant. Y'all know how much $137 could have bought you in the 1920s? Y'all do the math. Look up some shit on how much you could have bought with $137 in the 1920s. Get back with me, because I told y'all that was almost worth $3,000 in today's value. $137, something that wouldn't even pay your phone bill, was worth almost $3,000 100 years ago. That just lets you know how far the dollar value has fell from what it previously was. Because some of y'all old enough to remember how much you used to be able to buy with a quarter. Some of you know how much you used to be able to buy with a nickel. Like, in fun fact, Little House of Horror, I know a lot of y'all may have seen that movie, but Tisha Campbell and damn, I can't even think of her name, Pam. I'm looking right at her right now. Tashina. They was expressing how when they sung on that movie, Little Shop of Horror, they was literally paid 1 penny in the 80s and had to split 1 penny 3 ways. Now, even in the 80s, when the penny had a high value when it came to buying something, you know what I'm saying, as far as on the consumer level. But when you got to split that motherfucker 3 ways, it's like houseway. But just the simple fact of to let you know of how even during the early conceptions of this country up to now, to how the dollar has been devalued, it's astronomically mind-blowing. Because ain't no way you gonna sit here and tell me that what we was able to purchase back then, if you was spending $1,500 on something, you buying land, you're buying a house, you're buying livestock. Hell, you might even be buying a couple people to enslave with that same dollar value that you just dropped on something. That's how far that bag would have went. You could have bought hundreds of acres, shit to farm it with, a house to put on that motherfucker somewhere wherever you saw fit, the materials and supplies to build that bitch, and a couple people to help you out to do it. $1,500. You gotta pay a motherfucker $1,500 just to come and frame your house up today. And that's really bullshitting, because nigga ain't even gonna come pour some cement for that much, yet alone even talk to you. You can't even do consultation with certain motherfuckers for $1,500. So when we get to talking about the dollar value and how they broke that down, that's why I respect with the shit that dude Handsome History be talking about, because he breaks down the economics part of it. And it's crazy. He brought up a story talking about how we had to unalive one of them YT boys for coming over there fucking with our peoples behind our land. And that literally happened in my family multiple times. And I done spoke on that too. But when we get to looking into how we got legally classified, or how people bonds were being handled and transferred, or people who owned your bond saw fit to wanting to reclassify you, you know what I'm saying? This is the information that we need to have. So I want y'all to get y'all screenshots while this is on the screen, because I don't know if Sam is ready. He haven't came off his mic yet, but I'm sharing this with y'all because, like I said, I'm still wanting to do a lot, breaking down everything in this inception of from start to finish. And this is just icing on the cake. So is way more layers to really dive into this one treaty. Like, I have not left Louisiana yet, and all of these different facts that he been talking about that's been happening all over this country, I'm showing you has been happening in this one territory solely, and how all of these different things that happen here has happened to your peoples where you're finding them too. You just got to look at the information, and we're telling you how to do it. Look at the treaties of where your folks was at. Look at all of this different information, how the county was established, how the parish was established, who was the one it was given to, who it was taken from, what was it called now, what was it called before now. All of this shit matters because if your peoples was there, you need to know this information. And wait, oh no, I'm seeing somebody saying, what was the name? I'm late to what y'all saying in the comments. When they change the minimum wage, and why is that?
My bad, and
Well,
I don't
as
even
far
think
as
I'm gonna
minimum
find
wage
this.
shit, they just don't want to pay us.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm gonna find this damn thing, to be honest with you. Like, and that sucks. It was like I had 3 different fucking saves, fucking roles saved of those names. But no, I feel what you're saying. And I definitely need to look more into like I like exactly like what you were saying about knowing the laws that was going on at the time of when the people was there all the intricate details of the government that set up what they was doing before the government got set up before they so called founded these places and a lot of that and a lot of that all of that stuff is important. It's like it's important to the history of us and what happened to us and what we had to deal with. Most of us was probably just living on our land, dealing with just random things that they was putting out on paper, but they just kept encroaching on land and pay. I'm just kind of making conjecture, but I'm just like, yeah, it really opens my mind even further on what I need to be looking into. Yeah, I wish I could find this for the folks. Um, I really wish I could have found this for y'all, man. I'm gonna have to come when I come back on next time. I'm gonna have to have that, like, cause at this point I gotta find it, because I was sitting here actually earlier today, organizing all of my, trying to organize my files to start kind of grouping together all my receipts into like lessons, so that way I can have different live stream lessons to teach from time to time to the folks and stuff like that. And as I was going through there, I ended up thinking about the whole Spaniard thing, like where the Spaniards go and all the other stuff. But like now, I'm like, I gotta find this roll sheet. I did a video with it. Did I do a video with it? Let me see. At least if I did, at least if I did the video with it, you can kind of see what I was talking about, but I can't even remember if I ever got around to doing a video about it. I really hope I did. Because I've been saying I was going to see, that's when I used, um, my bad, I throw myself up there. This is when I did use those and made videos with the, those. Okay, so recently, I don't think I included that in there though. Nah, not in that one. Let me see if I included the roll book in here. Because if I could find where I had the roll book in the video, I could probably figure out where I found it online. I know it's in the archive records. I just don't know what I typed to find it in the National Archive records. That's the problem. And I could have sworn I saved it. Like I can visually see these things in my head right now. And damn. That's crazy. I never got around to making that video. Maybe I had them open and then save. Never got around to the save. Indian tribe map. Indian. Let me just look one more damn time through here. Nuevo Mundo. Nope, nope, nope. No. Ancient history descriptions. Sometimes I have a habit of when I go to save a bookmark, I'll hit the add to bookmark option instead of add to favorites. Where's my damn bookmarks at then? That's a good question. Where's my damn bookmarks? Okay, these would be bookmarks. Favorites. Let me see if it's in here. This would be there's a lot of shit in here. This would be a well nah, but that's the same shit that's over there in my this is the favorites. Let me go to where's the normal bookmarks? When I save it to bookmarks. So this is what I don't get. If you click this little add button right here, you got an option. Add to bookmark, add to favorites. Um Bookmark has that little what you call it book. So over here, here's bookmarks. And I know I've added some goddamn bookmarks. Tab groups, new. So I don't even understand what the hell Apple got going on because I know I done added to some. Like, let's see if I do it right now. Add the bookmark. Let's save it. Now when I go to bookmarks, see there's no bookmark. So there's got to be a place where I'm saving shit and it's going somewhere. Let me see if it went down here. Indian Christian. It put it over here. It put it over here. So maybe this is like a combination of my favorites and the bookmarks. So then I would still have to look through there. I don't know, man. I ain't gonna hold y'all up. That would have been something dope to see because it literally was like these handwritten rows. I really can't believe this. I really can't believe this. Hold on, man. Yeah, I can't believe I can't think of like what the fuck to type in real quick. Let me just type a couple more things real quick. But yeah, like what we were saying earlier about the fact there should be no good reason Indian Christian names that these white folks would need to set up systems to keep people enslaved who they brought people already enslaved over on boats. And that's kind of what we were saying earlier. Oh my goodness, dude. I don't even know what to type, and that sucks. Oh my god. And why don't I even think? And y'all know me. I knew. Hold on, let me look down. It was you. You got an apple. I got it. I got it at work on it. What up, Darvin? Yeah, but this man, Apple been tripping over the last while. To be honest, man, it be making me want to switch. They did the same thing to Europe indigenous people before coming to America. They really
Come on
did.
back to the Droid family. I got my arms reached out like Rick James in that Dave Chappelle meme, nigga, with with the orange glow behind me. Nigga. Come on back. We waiting on you. But nah, if you like, while you still searching for it, I got something else I could pull up to speak on real quick. I mean, why you looking up that?
Yeah, I'll throw you up there, and I'm gonna give this a little bit more go here. Try to
But
see.
yeah, I just wanted to speak on a little more to the bond aspect of it, you know what I'm saying, post emancipation. So this is what was going on after 1865 up until the 1890s, you know what I'm saying, which the same system continued and they initiated other vagrancy and labor contractual laws, you know what I'm saying? So like when we hear instances like in Virginia where you had to have a job or anywhere in the Northeast after these time periods, you know what I'm saying, or during these time periods, they would say you would have to have your freedom papers. Mind you, this is still going on during the Anti-Literacy Act for niggas to even know what the fuck going on. So how the hell I'm gonna know about some freedom papers? One, especially if I didn't leave, I stayed on my family land. I'm just going into town to go purchase some shit or do whatever the fuck I choose to do because I'm free and I do what the fuck I want. Or we came here to Oklahoma and now I done left and then went somewhere and now you trying to tell me because I ain't got some paperwork that I got back at home saying that I'm on these rolls. Now you mean to tell me that I can't say I'm not who I am? But in this, like I said, in this same thread, it speaks to how if you didn't have these certain documentations on you, they would treat you as if you was an enslaved person. That's why we have all of these court cases of our people showing and proving that they were not enslaved. It's like, come on now, all the proof is right there. It's on the wall. And for people to still want to argue our history with us, to us, when we got the genealogy and all of these different case studies to show and prove that we are these people that's been suing this government in this country and all of these other nations that then claim to have set foot on here, showing that we are not what you consider black, color, Negro, mulatto. We are an indigenous person in the tribe that we hail from. You know what I'm saying? and how even today people are still wanting to reclassify us and misclassify us as African Americans, even though we know the tribes that we hail from and could legally take these people to court and show and prove that. Once again, continuing the same cycle, 800 that's 200 to 300 plus years already done. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, that's the crazy thing about this whole conversation, man. And it's really coming to that grand awakening about people to really understanding that these motherfuckers think they got us fucked up, and they really do.
No, that's real. Um, and the system being, I don't want to say the system being perpetuated today, and that's not really the same thing. But at the same time, I feel like, people don't realize the power they have compared to back then. Like, people had a lot of power. I mean, even back then, or really vice versa, I should say. People had a lot of power back then. People had their land. People was staying where they wanted to stay. Like, the gravity of that in a time where we supposed to be whipped, chained, scared of a bunch of white tea folks, all this other stuff. Here we are standing our ground on our land in many areas, or building up towns and things of that nature. And it's like that was one of the things that made me feel like in the future, I feel like if I can get my funds up to be some kind of rich person in this world, that I would want to build some type of town. Like, you think about, if these people were able to do it, how we should be able to do it today. The I think that was the biggest part about getting us off of our land, is because we have such a lack of land today, even though we have tons of it in heirs property, and there's still a lot of people that do have their land still, but it's just like not being developed as it used to be. And some people are starting their towns, and some people are starting stuff. But I wish we had a whole lot more going.
Hey, bro, and we coming back to that, and I'm gonna start doing lives on that too, on how we can incorporate land that we own, so we can build these subdivisions, elect our politicians, become the mayor, become the governor, select our police chiefs, pick our educational curriculum, establish our medical practices. All of these things are obtainable that we can do. We would just have to play into this system. And I get how some people don't want to do that. They want to break away from it. But if you own your own land and you could turn it into your own town, why wouldn't you? You would be able to control every literal aspect of life that we would get on these apps and complain about, or express how they're still happening, the lack thereof in our communities. And I'm not saying that in the way to put our people down, but I'm like, knowing this information of what these people doing and what they've been doing is the purpose that we're here to understand. And once we figure that shit out and get that to the masses, we will be able to start to actually really make that change, because we already are the heirs of the land. All we got to do is go and claim our shit. I know it might take a little bread to do it, and we've seen presidents being said with people that's getting their land back. I got a whole thread on my Twitter page about that, and I need to do a live about that too, continuing how our people been getting our land, and even current situations of how they're still trying to take our land. You dig? And I was in a live earlier where that was going over the Bureau of Land Management website, of showing people how to pull up their land patents, and even how to go into the archives to look up the different statements and everything else that's tied to the land allotments, and how to even go looking up that information. I was learning something, you did, because that stuff I be telling people that they need to look into, and being able to take it further to understand how to locate all of these different places of these different establishments that has your family records. So you would have to go to where these places are, mind you, but to know where these records are and how to find them, and to be able to start to get that ball rolling on getting it back. You know what I'm saying? That's that clarity that I want, and I want all of us to have, and have that momentum going to getting our shit back, because that's what we trying to do. Some people on here talking about we don't want reparations and they just want restitution and their identity back. Nigga, I'm trying to sweep the board. Fuck what you talking about, because my ancestors owe money, they owe land, they owe their identity back. I'm not leaving nothing on the table. Because you just showed me buku people with our people's names that don't look nothing like us. And they gonna sit here and tell them they ain't owed for them harms and damages. That's stolen identity. And usually what stolen identity means, they stole your money, they stole your wealth. Because anytime somebody steal your identity or steal your wallet, what they going for? Your bank account. They hitting your pockets. So why niggas on here talking about what we don't want, when they don't even realize that they cutting themselves short? Just like them sovereign niggas. When you saying you changing your identity, now you're cutting yourself off from your inheritance and making yourself subject to being deported because you a citizen of Morocco. That's over that way. And they gonna send your ass that way. So keep playing. Do your genealogy and focus, because we on our way. And this illustration right here is from Mark Twain's book, Life on the Mississippi. This is in Houston in the 1870s. This around your neck of the woods, Sam. You see how them ladies dress? You see how that brother dressed in the back? He got on the whole pinstripe suit. He got
Oh
on this little pork
yeah.
pie hat. You heard me? They got on their Sunday best. That look like somebody grandma's right there. That's Mama and her sister. Play with them. You
It's
did.
super
You got the
clean.
old timer back there. Suited and booted, man. People ain't playing. They
What
always
year
want to
is that
show up.
supposed to be?
This in the 1870s.
Oh damn. That's right after
Yeah, in
slavery.
Houston.
How they looking posh right after slavery?
I'm telling you, looking like they been having around that motherfucker. But this the history they don't want to show you. Look, you see them, they out there stepping, sis. Heels and all.
Nah, that's real. Throw this back up here. Nah, that's super real.
Like, what's so crazy about this, Sam? I found a ferry ship docket of my peoples traveling back and forth from Calabasas, Louisiana to Houston. And this was in the 1840s, dog. 1843 to be exact. My peoples was taking the ferry in the damn near the prime of antebellum. So who the fuck was enslaved around this bitch? Like, if niggas was taking trips around here, bonding they people out when they get jammed up, having hundreds of acres. You did, like, and I know my story ain't everybody's, but this is what I'm seeing from my perspective, along with what we're being shown, because this is that white boy's illustration of what he saw when he went there. Look, homie in the back got his pinstripe suit on, he laughing. He ain't seen a hard day in his life, got a little cane and everything. You did, everybody smiling, feeling good, feeling great. But they want to tell us a whole nother history for us to believe we all African. We was over here wearing tighter clothes. We in the cotton fields. Like, what's your boy off of Centers? 10 Freaky Girls. I can't even think of his fucking name, but what it was, Cornbread? I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. The big nigga that was on 8 Mile.
Oh yeah,
He
I don't
got
know
on
his
off of
name.
Centers.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name on there, but you did how they found him compared to how these niggas showed the fuck up, the twins. Like, we was the twins. Who the fuck was the nigga they went and scooped up? Because every time we see pictures of our people back then, they were suited and booted.
Yep,
but they want to
100%.
always show that we was all working in the fields. This was in Houston. Same time. Well, really, actually before. This was 50 to 60 years before what they was depicting in Centers. So how the fuck? Who the fuck? What the fuck? How do we go from this to that? Something is not adding up. And we got to be able to put this in perspective, family. That's all I'm trying to do. You dig? And understand, like how you've been waking up with the bonds, how Hasm History was waking up the economic side, how we've been diving into our genealogy, and me looking at these treaties, shout out to the last one motherfucker left for looking into them journals and waking up the religious aspect of this, which is also in those journals because they were sent via the Papal Bull and the Vatican and the Pope. Like niggas need to understand all of this shit and how it all played into what we see today. Because like I said, to break it all down with those treaties. Because in those townships, via those treaties, you had to have a post office, that's government. You had to have a blacksmith, that's government. You had to have a church, that's government. You had to have a school, that's also, guess what? Fucking government. So they infiltrated on at least 4 levels of our communities all across the board and how they established these townships and what we know today as these cities now, and with the history that they try and say is the founders of, and that's air quote, because we know these motherfuckers ain't found shit. We was already here. You did. People be lying. So you got to really understand and really put in perspective where your people's was, because don't be boo-boo the fool all your life. You did.
Yeah, for real. Um, and I know that that's something that we can definitely get back to, and we can govern ourselves. It's definitely not hard if these YT folks is doing it. It's definitely not hard, and I just found finally the phrase of to pull up one of these damn, and I'm gonna show the folks here real quick, the ones that stuck around that took me forever. I had to find this, y'all. I had to find this, and now I found what it's called. It's called Register of Indian Names. Now let me see if I can find it. Register of Indian Family, Registers of Indian Families, Volume 1, Catalog. Let me find it on here. I should be able to pull it up right here. Registers. Oh, you gotta be exact on this damn thing. Registers of Indian Families. I spelled families wrong. Families. Because there's multiple volumes. All right, now we're here. Let me screenshot. I mean, I already got the screenshot. That was kind of dumb, but okay. So when I said that there was these names, my bad. I'm gonna throw you back up here, CR. This is what I was talking about. So let's go to Volume 1. So this is in the National Archives, and we're gonna go to one of these pages. So what you can see at the top. Hold on one second. Let me move that out the way. I guess I gotta turn it. I guess I gotta turn it. Hold up. So if you can see, I was about to do that on here. You got, whoops. Let me download one. This kind of sucks. Hold up. See if I can download the page and just do it off of the download. Yeah, there we go. Let me save this real quick. And then I ain't gotta do all that. Then I can flip it. Save to save to image. Now I can flip it. So we ain't gotta play them games. There we go. All right. So this is what the pages look like. And up here you have your categories. You have, this is a register of Indian names, Indian families. They have your Indian name listed here, whatever that might be. And then you have an English name. And going through here, and then there's name of allotment row, age, blood, nationality. They would either say full blood or some other sort. We'll go through these real quick. Tribe or allegiance by citizenship. So you got certain kind of tribes, Santee Sioux, and things of that nature. You got relevant to family, married, blah blah blah, father, mother, name, all that, right? But the main thing is the Indian names going to English names category. Because where did they get these English names? You got them giving away I don't know if there's Baker or Bear, Philippe or Whipple. No, that's Whipple. Waker, whatever, Wolf. Wilson, Woodbury. I know some Woodberries. How did this person get the name Woodbury? And if all of these people are under this name, like these people either they didn't record them or that's their family name, as I'm assuming. But they gave different surnames over here. You got Woodbury. You got some other ones there. Let's go to a couple of these real quick. Let me go back to the register book. But this book is filled. Let me brighten this up. This book is filled with these things and with these names in here. And then you got to wonder, where did they get these English names to give away to these $5 fakes? Because this was done. And when was this done? I may have to go look at the front of the page to see when this was actually done. But this is these are those documents. I'm gonna download one more, and I could have sworn I know I downloaded a bunch of these, and because I saved them and I turned them, and I was supposed to use them for a video, but I guess I never did. But let me just do one more just to kind of show you an idea. Let me flip it around. Right there. Oops. And so this one, they even hand wrote the names of the categories: Indian names, English names. They didn't even bother to put the Indian name on a lot of these. But then you have these English names: Robinette, last name, surname, Red Wing, Robinson, Ross, and different
My
ones.
surnames.
Yeah, and so and to be honest, I went through a ton of these. I'm not gonna do it now just because they got this damn thing turned that way. Let me go to a different book, but if they're all turned that way, I ain't trying to go through and save them all and flip them all. But y'all kind of get the idea. Like these people were given these names. Okay, here's one that's right side up, I think. Let me just find a page that starts it off with the categories. Or I guess you're supposed to know the categories from the beginning. So let's see. Well, I don't know. This one's kind of off. This one, I don't know. This one's a little bit different. It's got names, but it doesn't have the categories. I'm gonna check one more real quick. But it just goes to show that these people were given names and register of names. I must probably do that other one, but I thought there was a different one that was outside of that one. I can't remember which one I did just now. Okay, let's see. This one's right side up. Okay. It's kind of hard to see a little bit. English names. Owen. I probably do have to download them. So I ain't gonna go through, but y'all kind of get the idea. You see, like not only were these people listed in schools with our names, but these people were listed in books with our surnames, as they gave them to them. And if they probably made up some Indian name that ain't even a real Indian name, to be honest with you, as a first name. But you do have evidence, and it shows that if you were to do a Google search, it tells you that yeah, the Indians were given surnames. They called them English Christian names. They said the purpose was to make it easier to enumerate them. But if you're already going to write down the Indian name on the rolls when you gave them the English name, why don't you just keep doing that? That's just dumb, you know. So
Right, you gotta make it make sense.
and it never does. It never damn does. So yeah, man. I'm probably about to get off here, man. So your boy can give me something to eat before I fall get to the sleep. Get to go to sleep at some point because I do got to get up in the morning. But man, I appreciate y'all being on here. CR, definitely always an honor to have you and having y'all up here spitting games, spitting facts, giving you 2, 3, 4, 5,000 cents, and it's always more than appreciated. Um, these people be playing. These people is always playing. You got to catch them in everywhere you can catch them, and CR and y'all open my brain up to some new things. I really need to look. like that Alamo is really sticking out to me because I remember as a young kid in school taking a field trip down to the goddamn Alamo. Now most of the field trip, we was just messing with the girls, so I don't really remember much of much of the damn trip, except for the interactions with the girls. But I remember going to that motherfucker. It was an old stone building or something going on in that bitch. You know what I'm saying? So now I need to pay more attention.
I'm gonna send you something on it.
For sure, man. Well, I appreciate you, boss man, coming up, and I appreciate y'all coming in, and y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night.